Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Welcome, each and all. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, and I'm delighted to be here with Alex Skoric. This is the Keshe Corona Telegram meeting in English for May 23rd, 2021. I want to welcome all the knowledge seekers from the various nations around this planet and other knowledge seekers who may be here and just hiding in the clothes of a man. So today was the day that we are doing the spraying of the plasma waters, and we are going to bring this planet to a condition of peace as we will continue to spray the waters around the planet until we reach such a condition. And maybe a little practice in this area will help us also to create a dome of life on Mars or other places. So let's go to the Universal Council and hear Mr. Keshe's request.
Who likes to read the Dome of Peace? Anyone?
Dean usually read it, but I can read it.
Okay, if Dean wants to read it, it's fine.
Can you hear me, guys? Yeah, I can read it. I'd like to read it. So it's Dean here, representing the English language, English community speaking. The Dome of Peace from Mr. Keshe. Please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. KF knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET time and 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Thank you, Dean.
And I just want to say that spraying the GANS waters, you're also putting your intentions in there. And it may seem like it's a little bit out of sorts in a way to spray water with fields in it. And we're going to elevate the soul of the planet in a peaceful condition. And we're going to continue to do this every Sunday, whatever time you choose, whether it's noon CET or 6 p.m. CET in a coordinated fashion. And of course, that doesn't exclude you from rinsing GANS and releasing GANS waters at any time of the day or the night throughout the week. So again, this is much more than just spraying waters. You're putting your intentions in there, and there are fields in these waters of GANS fields. And this is a balanced condition. And this is the type of condition we're trying to create on this planet, is a peaceful, balanced condition among all beings on the planet. So I would just encourage you, even though in the matter state it seems a little bit peculiar to be doing this, let's continue on with this. And as I said, once we learn to spray the Dome of Peace in place, we'll also be putting the Dome of Life in place, maybe on the moon, maybe on Mars, or maybe in a totally different location. So this is all connected, as all Mr. Keshe's teachings are. I'd like to go to the 381st Knowledge Seekers Workshop and listen to Mr. Keshe. And I would ask you to support the store and get some of these products, as some of us have and some of us will be doing, to elevate the soul and the knowledge of the universe. Mr. Keshe says we like to have tools in our hands. So he's given us 3 basic tools, for maybe 4 if you include the universal unit, but the other 3, the air enhancement, the vision enhancement, and the butterflies, are all available now in the store. And it's up to you, using your soul, to connect these products together. But it is an elevation of knowledge, it's an elevation of the soul, and it's going to allow us to, perhaps in the dream state at first, go to different places, but then along the way be able to manifest our physicality there, and to connect with many of our friends and relatives who have gone into a new dimension. And as we'll see, these products are really priceless. He goes on to say that the butterflies are priceless, that the vision enhancement unit could be selling for $5 or $6 million for these glasses, or The air enhancement unit, I think he says 10 to 15 million. So these are very powerful tools, and they're almost a giveaway. In other words, the cost, I think, of the vision enhancement is about 500 euro. The air enhancement is about 1,000 euro. And the butterflies, I think, are 20 or $30 each. And again, let's hear Mr. Keshe go into this. As we know, he's a master magician and a master of disguise. And he says openly that he's hidden the technologies to help us to elevate within these systems. So I would encourage you all, it's a way of supporting the Keshe Foundation and a way of elevating your own soul. A lot of us think we have to go to a blackboard and a screen to learn this knowledge. Mr. Keshe is saying, I'm giving you these gifts to elevate your own soul and the soul of physicality and to explore different dimensions in the universe. So this is a very powerful, we'll look at some things in the Keshe store, and I hope you take advantage of those.
I've given you the knowledge of the universe in a system that for you could be something I wanted for Corona, but you missed the knowledge which I delivered to you. You breathe, goes within you. Its air touches your skin, and the field of it, where you put it, you drink it. I get you in all three ways, a shortcut to elevate the man in the small dosages. For you to do this, it takes you 50 years for what this machine delivers you in 50 seconds. You look for different things, and I hide the medicine in the sweetener that you are sweet to take. I put a drop of life in a block of sugar, and like a horse, you take with pleasure, but within it is the medicine to change you. Now we can speak about the technology. Now we can talk about the technology, because now we have brought it to you right in house, right in the way that you elevate your soul. With the same, with the, what we put out as glasses, we've done the same, but in a more concentrated way. The glasses which we have put out is not so much for your eye, it's for the eye of your soul. It is there to bring a faster development into elevation of the soul of the man directly in the process of understanding. When we released the glasses, that was the whole purpose of direct connection, direct elevation, direct work with the soul of the man. As I said, I hide the technology of the universe within simple systems, that we can bring that position. We can bring that change. We can bring in a position to speed up. By setting up these new factories is to be able to do this. I cannot push the man, but I can let the man to choose. With a new delivery of simple technologies, I have hidden the knowledge of the universe in a very simple way. Even the people who work within the research centers do not understand why and how I do these things, and the reason we do this. Because now it's time to create that, not the elite group, but those who are aware of. You will not see your soul flying by putting the glasses on, but the soul receives in a very simple way a dimension of the fields of the universe. You remember the way we used to put gases on top of the plants and water them and absorbs the fields of the amino acid to the plant. Now this I plus that air filter system is the same thing, but it's just the strength that brings the fields of the universe to the soul of the man. Now that grain of rice on top of the plant rice was the receiver. Now the grain of the soul of the man is in the same position. We develop technologies to hide the knowledge of the universe within the structure of the understanding of the mankind. And in so many ways, push not to force for you to understand, we push to accommodate that your soul elevates and will understand. There are two different ways to do the same thing. You can drag a child to the water, but you can bring the water and the child drinks it with pleasure. I changed the direction of the Keshe Foundation in this way in the past few months. And you will see more of systems which will deliver, which will hide this technology, but directly goes for elevation of the soul of the man, soul of physicality of the man, and allows man to evolve. In so many ways, these are complex but simple ways to bring the collection of the energies at this moment of time man can understand. In the other side, as you've seen in the GANS technology, we brought the condition of environment in the body enhancement units. In the vertical enhancement units, we are doing the same, but the new vertical enhancement unit creates the encapsulation of the fields of the body of the man to be able to elevate to the level to be able to travel the span of the universe. If you notice by structure, the vertical enhancement units is book number 2. Is the ray of the light in the cylindrical in transportation, where I want to transport the soul of the man to a new dimension, or the physicality of the soul of the man with the cancer to a new position. If I take the cancer cell out of your body, it will grow another. But if I elevate in the same system where the cancer cell understands the emotion of the man which led to its creation, I have resolved the problem of the cancer because I elevated the soul. The cancer cell and the soul of the man who created understand that the game was played the wrong way. Now there is a need for balance. I always explain to you, maybe for the first time you understand, always play when you use the gases with, for man, use the amino acid, because you connect to the soul of the man through the application of the what we call the amino acid. The structure of your life, I already have given you open field play. Many of you will come to understand that the new enhancement units, the vertical and the new horizontal advanced system which is coming up, we'll show it maybe in about 4 or 5 weeks time, once our team gets their hands to be able to fit it completely. In June, July, you will see these will go across this planet in a rapid way. Now with China and Tehran coming into operation, many of the enhancement units will be manufactured into these countries. And will take the next step in a space technology. We bring the position to be able to bring the knowledge in a simple way. In so many ways, you use the mobile phones. You don't understand nothing in it. It's just something you hold on, you dial a number, you reach there. But this time, you have to understand the knowledge, what's in it, how it works, and how you can manipulate it. But this time, the mobile phone is your soul. It dials the number you want, It works in conjunction with soul of the physicality of the man, that it puts man in a position to be. I have changed the mobile phone from you, from these little tiny things in your hand, you shout down whatever, and you know it goes somewhere and somebody else will listen to you. Now I give you the mobile phone of your soul and the soul of your physicality. It's you who has to understand how to communicate, how to be in connection with both, that you are not an outsider. You're the controller. You're the decision maker. You're the one who understands that my soul, the soul of physicality, would like to be on planet Zeus, but I want to be in a position when I'm near to the soul of my father. Or I want to be in a position that I land or appear in a position where I feel the soul of the properties or entities or things which connects to me and have a connection, emotion with me. We will not travel by GPS anymore. We travel by the field strength of the environment, which matches to the desire of the physicality, soul of physicality and the soul of the man. In a way, you might wish to be on certain planet in certain position, but with your condition of the strength of the soul of physicality, you cannot manifest yourself in the body of the man. You vaporize, you'll be nothing and you'll be diluted. So the soul of the man and the soul of physicality have an understanding of the position, and they know that in the shape of the man, you cannot appear in that position. It doesn't fit. The field strengths are different. In so many ways, even when you look at these butterflies, which we have put, it's part of the same process. You look at it as absorbing the fields, but in a coming future, as I told you, nobody can copy these butterflies. The number of hidden technologies in it that these will allow you, you're happy to put it in the back of your iPhone, you're happy to put it on the back of your laptop, you're happy to put it in the house to absorb energies, but these butterflies, in so many ways, are the radar dishes of access to universal dimensions. You cannot understand it. You can do anything you like with it. But in so many ways, I cover the whole dominion with one simple system like this. Cannot be replicated. People can do whatever they like with the air units. We will not release the knowledge and the technology. You can do whatever you like with what we call the vertical enhancement unit. The decision of the use will come through the soul of the man. I explain this in a very simple system, because in a very simple way, I have given you the tools of elevation, but in so many ways, I keep to the pattern of the work. This is the body of the man, and I put the air enhancement unit to be able to do the field elevation. Some of it your body, some of it goes in your mouth, and some of it you drink with the cup of water which is in the room. Because the fields have already deposited within the water. With the glasses, I gave you the dimension of the targeting. And with what I call butterflies, if you know how to do it, I will give you the aerial desk to connect, to understand with the whole totality. But there's one thing. We have not given you the full access to the knowledge. Because man is not ready for that knowledge yet. If you look in a very simple way, two infinity loops, access to totality of knowledge and knowledge of the creation in every dimension that might appear in the universe. The only unfortunate thing is, I cannot sell you a cable. As you've been on the internet, nowadays you can buy invisible cables to connect your systems together. If you've been there, you don't need the two wires to plug. They sell you invisible cables that you connect your programs inside the computer to each other. We have given you very much the same. This cable is not for sale. You have to understand with the new technology how you can receive the fields of the universe right across in every dimension and direction, and how to become the connector of the whole. The only difference is when you go in the Keshe Foundation vertical system, we have already placed everything for you. Your glasses, your blowing of the what we call the fields, and we have already connected you to the antenna of the universe. You remember long time ago I told you everybody can try to copy the Keshe Foundation systems. They never will. The knowledge in these technologies is so hidden that even our knowledge seekers don't understand what they are hiding in it, but they just follow the procedure. The new vertical enhancement unit, in it, with it, and across it, I transmute you to anywhere, to any strength fields, another position, in another dimension in the universe. Then you manifest yourself in that dimension and position as a man, or as a blob, or as a 8-legged man. Because now I made the connection through the soul of the man. You bought a butterfly or iPhone. I gave you access to the universe. Now you understand why we start setting up these huge factories. Not to make ganses, but to start developing and delivering technologies which gives man access to the knowledge of the universe. It's you who has to decide how to decipher. What do you want to decipher? You sit in a crowded train with a choo-choo noise in the background, with the speaker announcing everything else, with the trolley man taking the tea, with the others making a mobile phone call, with the others making different noises, going through the noise of the tunnel, with the sunshine shining through the window, but you sit across your lover, you hear none. except the voice and the beauty of the lover. Because you have targeted the emotion that every other sense I don't want to know except the voice of the lover. Now we show you how through these technologies that every point of the universe is a lover. In which tune you want to travel, in which way you want to connect with your lover. I love to see the Star of David. I love to see the moon, and I like to be in that unicast, in that position. Now you understand how I have hidden the knowledge of the Creator within a few tools, as the man is so physical. In reality, we should charge you at least to the valuation of understanding 1 or 2 million euros for the glasses. And maybe be very generous and charge you another 5 or 10 million, because you're all money men, for the air unit. And the butterfly is priceless. This is how the new technology is delivered. Not to the ignorance of the man, but for man not understanding the totality of the creation. If you understand in a very simple way, I have brought you something very simple, but you're not aware of it. Just look. What is the butterfly does? Isn't this cup 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5? Where all are connected, because without it nothing can exist. The center of gravity. Haven't you noticed how you've been taken for a ride because of your ignorance? By you, not by us. Now, go and destroy your cups and listen to the fools, because the secret of the creation is hidden within it. Every point is a turn into the dimension of the universe. This is what mankind needs to understand. You shall never be able to replicate the butterfly, which is manufactured and delivered by the Keshe Foundation. Now you understand how I have taken you to the full course of the work of the humanity in physical and the soul dimension. And why we set out to set up these huge manufacturing factories and what we call space development. But remember one point. At the end of it, you're still in that process of a spaghetti machine. Depends how and where you want to connect to. When you made the door, does not matter where you pick up, what thickness of the spaghetti you pick your spaghetti from, the taste will always be the same because it's the same dough. It's the same soul of the Creator. And it always tastes and sweet at any point. This is what the knowledge seekers of the future will come to understand more of. The process of the interaction of the fields, not the ganses, the copper and the zinc. Mankind will start looking for new fields of new strength. But in fact, you just need one gans, one simple gans to connect to all. But it's you who has to decide. You get on bus number 1 or you get on bus number 2, you're going to go to the football stadium or you're going to the bazaar. It's the same bus. When it goes to the depot, the man just changes number 1 to 2. It's you who have to understand the bus is the same. It just has a different destination on it. The bus is the soul of the man. It's you who have to decide the destination. In so many ways, understanding of the process of the elevation of the soul of the man is very simple. But the man is so physical that we had to find every trick to get man to understand the work of his own soul, because he walked away from it. And we say in the olden days, he sold his soul to the devil. The devil being the world of physicality, being the world where we as human race chosen to be more physical. The devil is the dimension of the physical life. And the sooner or later, the mankind comes to understand this point, the sooner or the later, man decides in which level he wants to fly. Not all of us wants to reach the Creator, because on the way from here to Creator, there are so many beautiful things that I want to see, that when I appear in front of my Creator, I say, I've seen your beauties. I haven't been so selfish that I came just to see you, because I don't understand you if I haven't seen your beauties. I cannot confirm your beauty if I haven't been to see all of it or some of it, to respect your creation. In so many ways, mankind will come to change. In so many ways, we become the travelers of the universe, where now we are travelers of the cities and towns and countries. In so many ways, we will change our dimension and our dominion. In so many ways, I have given you a passport for the universe. If you are happy with the passport on this planet, play the game. I've played this game for long enough. Came, there was no passports. Met the cross and walked across the man when he put line on it, and then he produced papers to see who's who and who can pass what dimension, which borders. And then we don't want you, and we want you, you can come here because you're black or white, you don't carry the right color passport, and the ink is slightly different. There are no passports. in the world of the creation of the Creator. The only path comes by the level of understanding and the desire to be close to the Creator. You all have been given the passport to reach the Creator, the understanding of His beauty. It's you who decides in which village of man you want to reside, because you're too ashamed to see your Creator to say, I love you. I want to understand your knowledge and I want to understand your beauty, because the arrogance of the physicality of the man has locked the man to the dimension of his physical life. This is why we come to the point of separation and death of the physicality, because the soul wants to reach to that point, to reach the Creator, not to the dimension of the created. In so many ways, we have developed technologies for you to decide in which way you want to travel. From the foot to the donkey to UFOs, to the dimension of the soul of the man. And you could solve the situation with the donkey because you put a harness on it and you managed to get on top of it. Then you managed to make a car and put a door and get in it, and then you made the systems to blow yourself up with the rockets. But at the end of it, the whole fuel to reach to the Creator has been within the center of the man and not realizing it, because he never understood the process of the creation. He always looked at the hand and the feet and the donkey, but in fact, the soul of the Creator is within him. And now you have to reach to that level of understanding to reach to your own Creator. Then man will never age, man will never die. The fountain of youth, the fountain of life, is the knowledge of the Creator, not the water you drink or food which gives you youth. The true knowledge of, the true understanding, the fountain of youth, is understanding the knowledge of the Creator, that with it you never die, you're always young, because with that you don't ever lose your strength. That it's you who decides where and how, in which way to manifest. I've done this for thousands of years. I start from child, because how the man wants to see, and I die as an old man, and the next time I appear in another village, again as a child. It's a game you play, because it's how you see the beauty and you understand the totality. I manifested in the soul of a child in a basket to understand how man could be, and I appeared as a son and put on the cross in the same way, again and again, starting from the childhood, to see how the man is, and understanding the totality from the king, the son of the king, to the king with the throne on the head. But in fact, the soul was the same. Now this time we teach you that you understand the soul of the man, not the pain of the physicality that the child went through in the basket, but the man who was on the cross in the dimension of physicality. It's man who put himself on the cross of life, and it's man who has chosen the path of physicality. We teach.
Okay, well, that was quite a deep speech Mr. Keshe gave. I took a few notes, and he said this is a shortcut for all of us if you want it. What would normally take you 50 years with these tools can take you 50 seconds. He's put a medicine in there to change you. It's for the eye of the soul in the process of understanding. It's a direct elevation, and we can speed up this elevation, he says. It's time to create awareness that we can absorb more fields from the universe. He's bringing the fields of the universe to bring elevation to the soul of the man. He's going to be delivering more systems to elevate the soul of the man, as well as to elevate the soul of the physicality and the physicality of the man. New dimensions, new positions, and a need for balance. This time, the mobile phone, he said, is your soul. And he said, we will not release this knowledge and technology because man is not ready for it yet. But he's given us tools of elevation. We can connect and understand to the whole knowledge of the universe, right, with these little tools. Access to totality of knowledge, access to knowledge of the universe. At every point of the universe is a lover. Hidden knowledge of the creator in these systems. He's given us a passport, I think he said, or a password to the universe. So if you're planning on going on vacation, or if you're planning on spending a little bit of money and just the vacation alone, you can probably, if you learn how to work with these tools, and the one thing he couldn't sell in the store is how to connect your soul to these. So you have to work on it. But I think if your intention is there, you can take a vacation any day or any night you'd like once you start to work with some of these tools that he's given us. And the whole process, the whole understanding is to speed up this process. So not only will you be supporting the factories, you'll be supporting your own soul to be in a more elevated position to absorb more fields of the universe. So I'm not saying not to read the books or not to listen to the workshops or not to go to the classes. That's all fine and good. But here, he's hidden medicine in these tools that'll help us to elevate. So if you're going to go on vacation or spend $1,000 on an iPhone or some other sort of frivolous type of thing, maybe you want to consider purchasing some of these tools. And I have, and I will. I need to get the air enhancement unit, and then we're going to start to play a little bit more and elevate the soul of the man and the soul of physicality to see. And maybe as you watch these workshops and you go to classes, you'll have a whole different understanding of the knowledge he's trying to convey. So I would just encourage you all to take advantage of these things that he said. The glasses for $1 million, the butterfly being priceless, and the air enhancement unit 10 to 15 million euro. So if you can put this whole package together for less than $2,000, I think we all have that ability. As he said, we're all money men. So if anyone would like to comment or feel you're not understanding the knowledges in the manner you should, avail yourself of these tools. As I said, Mr. Keshe has put medicine in there to change you if it's your desire to change and to elevate and to come to a deeper understanding of this knowledge. If anyone would like to say anything before we go to Alex, please feel free.
Hello, everybody. It's Salomea from Romania. Nice to meet you on Wave. I have a question, and if somebody can help me to understand, I will be very, very thankful and happy. So the question is, what is the difference between magnetogravitational and gravitational magnetic field and electromagnetic field? Because we were talking about mobile phone, and where we have this electromagnetic field is only related with our body, with our soul. Who created this electromagnetic body? And if plasma doesn't have charge, so we can speak about electromagnetic field in plasma only in physicality. and maybe it's related with physicality. I am right or not? Can somebody illuminate me? Thank you.
Would anyone like to try that? To give your understanding to Salomia? I think with electricity, if we could use that example, we're vibrating electrons, and with the type of electricity we're using in the plasma, we're actually going on the outside of the wire and just using the field, the electromagnetic plasmatic field, rather than the field of the vibration of the electrons. So we're using the plasma rather than the matter state, as I understand it. And that is the basic difference from electromagnetic vibrating of electrons to gravitational magnetic plasmatic fields of the universe. Would anyone else like to add to that?
It's important understanding in what question is needed to respond. Number 1, 2, 3, or 11 of Salomea.
Yes, you are right. They are all related, but it's important to see what is the difference between magnetico-gravitational field and electromagnetic field. And second question, where is this field created? In plasma or only in physicality, electromagnetic field?
I will try to answer from my understanding what I think I understand. First, when Mr. Keshe explained and showing when he's playing with the little magnet, the magnetic fields in the children lessons, what is the plasma? This is one point. The other point is how in chapter 1 or 2 in book 1, when they explain what is the magnet, how it's created the gravitation and magnetosphere. What is mean two fields, magnetical fields, in certain inner core, outer core of the Earth, for example, or plasma. This is second point. The other point is your material instrument of measure. What is measure? Manifestation or effect of plasma, or measure the plasma, because plasma is higher state. One electron can manifestate, can emit the magnetical fields, gravitational fields. I answer also with a question, but I send to you a little point of anchor for see it and understanding. And perhaps you want to look in one of my video when I show you to how it increase the fields of measurement of plasmatic fields in the matter state. This is my answer.
Thank you, Salomia, and thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Dan.
Anyone else would want to convey their understanding? And we'll take from it what we can absorb from it.
Once Marie from Universal Council from Norway answered to an interview in Brazilian TV channel, and she said, if I remember well, that we have electromagnetic field only in physicality and is related with our body and our physicality. And we don't have electromagnetic fields in the universe. We have only magnetico-gravitational.
Plasmatic magnetical
Yes,
gravitation
plasmatic.
versus
Yes.
matter state.
But also matter states is also plasma. It's a very low level, as far I understood from the teachings. Is correct?
Yes, it gives off a very weak field. Everything is a plasma,
Yeah,
but when it's in the matter state, it's much weaker
yeah.
and it doesn't
Matter is small
travel as
and
far.
Mhm.
And I don't think it's connected across the universe as with the
Yes.
plasmatic field you are. That's just my understanding.
Yes. Okay.
John, you have your microphone open. Did you want to add?
Yeah,
And
maybe
then
give
Ed,
a different point of view. It's similar, but I mean, going to the same answer. Electromagnetic field is produced in a matter state, and we've also got the electron field. The electron field is very small. Electromagnetic is a big. It's in a higher level. One. What was it? Alex called it the next level. I forget the name.
Ordering of magnitude.
And which covers what? A few centimeters, maybe a meter, or a very big electromagnet, which they use to pick up steel with a crane that may cover 2, 3, maybe 5 meters. But gravitational magnetic field from universe covers the whole of universe, which is the order of magnitude, that was a word, which is thousands of order of magnitudes higher. Our creator has a power which surpasses any other order of magnitude. And the matter state is the last deterioration of fields. When all fields come to a stop, that creates matter. So it's the last step. We're living right at the first step of the ladder. And we've got to go up that ladder and learn a lot to be able to reach these teaching concepts, the concepts Mr. Keshe is trying to give us.
and that's
And
why,
he realizes
yeah.
we're not comprehending still. We're far away of getting the hang of all these ideas and concepts.
And
Go
that's
ahead.
why, yeah, he's presenting us systems and tools to work with. And you don't need to understand how the cell phone works to actually work the cell phone. And he said it's the same thing with these systems. You just follow the instruction.
We are just like the kids at kindergarten. They're given the cubes so they may play with the cubes and see what they can make. A small home, a castle, or whatever. It depends on the capability or the intellect of the young child, which is learning.
I think Ed was next.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, clearly.
So I won't pretend to understand the depths of this question, but I'll give you certain viewpoints that might be helpful. When we talk about magnetism that we're used to in our physicality, we're talking about a field that attracts like iron. That's how we always test it. The gravity of the earth is another type of magnetic field which attracts, everything falls down towards the earth. It's attractive. But Mr. Keshe has taught us that plasmas only interact with one another when they're of similar or same strength level. And so the way I understand this is that there are plasmatic fields of very high order strength, but that interact only with similar strengths to themselves. So they attract and repulse each other only at their level of strength. On the Earth, the electromagnetic field is obviously in the physical field because when we create a strong electromagnetic field, it still interacts with like iron. Like John was talking about, you use a very strong electromagnet to pick up cars in junkyards and stuff like that. So it's of that plasmatic strength level. First of all, we also have to differentiate when we talk about plasmatic strength. We're talking about a different category of strength than when we talk about a stronger or weaker magnetic field, such as a field that attracts iron. We have these small magnets, but then we have the powerful electromagnetics that we call them weaker and stronger, but that's a different type of weaker and stronger than what Mr. Keshe talks about in the plasmatic world. A weaker or stronger plasmatic field actually manifests differently than in the matter state. Alex has done a very good job, and I asked him about this just a week or two ago because I was wondering how to present it perhaps for Keshe TV about the different understandings of the strength level. And he gave a very simple answer, and probably he should communicate it better than I, but when I was wondering how to communicate this effectively, he said, you have one strength, ice cream has a certain strength level, and it's different than, let's say, broccoli. Those are different strength levels. They're totally different from one another of plasmata, but either you can have a little bit of ice cream or you can have a huge liter of ice cream. And they're at the same plasmatic strength level, but one is more than the other. So that's a different kind of one is stronger than the other. So when we're talking about magnetism, as other people here have indicated, it's always at a strength level that's in the physicality, and it seems to be tested by it's attractive for iron. When we talk about plasmatic strength levels, they may not attract iron at all, but they may be much more powerful, but in their own realm or their own existence. So I hope maybe that made sense.
Yes, thank you. Thank you
And
to all of you.
I
Lovely.
think we have Jacko here, and he'd like to add to the knowledge as well. And again, remember, nobody's right and nobody's wrong. Just like if you want to walk, that's fine. If you want to take the donkey, that's also fine, the jumbo jet or the UFO or the soul. It's all depending on how you perceive it.
Exactly. Hello, everybody. This is Jacko from Switzerland. I see it exactly the same. Everyone is right in how to see. And for me, the one is there to explain the other. We are in physicality. We live in physicality. We understand physicality more or less. And how do you explain the fields in the plasma with the attraction, with the repulsion? And the way of the electromagnetical world is a very good way to at least come close to this complete new world we are experiencing now. And for me, this is a wonderful way to communicate with each other, to learn from each other, and to get aware of what the plasmatic fields and world mean for us now and in near future, because it will change a very, very lot, as I'm very sure. I want to give a little explanation. Since 3 weeks, I'm using the cups of sweet pleasure and life. I do it on a regular basis, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, and one in the evening. and my blood pressure was, before I went to doctor, about 180, the upper. With the medicines, it came to 145. And now with the cups, after 3 weeks, I'm at 115, sometimes 110. So next time when I go to doctor, I want to ask him to reduce the medicines and step by step get back to normality without any chemicals, because that was my goal. And I really saw forward to receive the cups, the ceramics, to try this experiment. My doctor knows also that I do it. I gave him the information about the foundation. He did not do anything with it. Next time when I came, I asked, and he was like, "Yo, I didn't look very well." So I hope to show with these numbers, with these results, what it means. And I hope also that he opens up, because we need a lot of doctors in all the countries and in every city where the enhancement units will come to operation. So it's wonderful to be in this process, to see the results. And I also understand more, well, Mr. Keshe is opening these big factories, because they will be needed as soon as the people start to understand what it means, what it really does with our bodies, with our physicality. There will be an enormous run from everyone who has these problems. And if you think about how many people have problems with diabetes, with blood pressure, I think it's more than 50% of all humanity. So these are gifts which are only used to help us understanding what comes next. Because as soon as we are able to understand that our soul has all the levels, all the connections, they are there. We just have to choose them, and we have to open up the will to communicate on this level. As soon as we do this, we start to make this network which can all connect together, and then we can start to live and to move and to be in this plasmatic world. So I really see forward to that, and I'm happy to do it with you. It's wonderful to be with you all, your souls, good friends. Thank you.
Sounds like you have a great testimonial in the works there.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I also ordered the glasses and the butterfly. They confirmed it day before yesterday, so I really see forward when that comes, because I think also that is the thing where we in physicality can open up faster to be connected together, to open up the communication channels in the plasmatic world, which will be normal without any device in future, but our bounding to physicality is what stops us opening up or understanding what is the next step. And with all the things we've got, which are really gifts, which are unpayable if you realize what it really means, this will bring us step by step further. And I think with the experiences we are allowed to make, we can be the examples for the other people to follow. That's wonderful.
Excellent.
Thank you very
Anyone
much.
else? Yes.
My pleasure.
I also would like to ask Mr. Alex very kindly if he can share with me the source file, the slides of his teaching, because I would like to translate them in Romanian for Kiev TV and for our group of study, because all Romanians would like to learn from Mr. Alex, but it wasn't possible to come in Romania, and I translate during his teaching in Brasilia, in Italia, and here now. But we need to do this in Romanian for Kiev TV and for our group. And if he can do it and we can exchange information how to do it, all Romanian team will thanks from the bottom of the heart to Mr. Alex. Thank you.
Well, that's something Alex will have to answer. He may have to sign a talent release, though, before he releases those files. Alex?
This is a work in progress, and it's unbelievably time consuming. Well, because of the numerous additions and editing that's been going on and changes. So I'm running about 200 hours of work behind schedule. So, but this is on the plate there. We are looking at translating into between 10 and 40 different languages. So this is the challenge that is set up ahead of us. So that's where I am right now.
And if Mr. Keshe does come in, I'd like to ask him, I would think the air enhancement unit can be shared with everyone that would walk into a room. Whether the vision enhancement can be shared, that's a question. And I'm sure the butterfly, well, I'm not sure if the butterfly can be shared, but I would assume it can be shared. But we'll have to get more of an understanding if he does drop in today. Alex, if you're ready to go, I can play the disclaimer again for you.
That'd be great if you would, please.
Okay, I'm going to have to take the screen back. Let's just rewind this back to the beginning, and let's find our screen share. And let's share this again and adjust the volume. For some reason, the volume jumps up and down on this system, and I have to keep pulling it back to the center, almost like an emotion. So here we go.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And I'd also like to thank Elias for providing these disclaimers as we've been using them throughout the foundation. Thank you very much, Elias, for all your work.
Thank you very much, Mark. It's very pleasing to see the participation of so many people, and it's increasing every week. This is very important, and a lot of it has to do with KFTV. And so every language is looking to produce this, and I believe at the last count is about 40 different languages are looking to be translated. And so content becomes very, very important. And it's nice to see that's what we're all working on. This is part of the North American Corona team. That includes Canada, the US, and of course, Mexico, which has opened a factory now. And very shortly, we should have some results coming out of the United States. But this is a Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute presentation. We are trying to teach the teachings of Baron Tevekoli Keshe. He is the father of modern plasma science. And as such, we are trying to bridge the over 3,000 hours that we have in the archives with the new teaching that is coming on every Knowledge Seekers workshop every Thursday. And the challenge is ongoing, and the demands of the challenge are actually increasing because we are transitioning from the conventional science, which has imposed many, many limitations. And we're looking at the plasma science, which is in the process of removing these limitations. And so what I have tried to do is to enhance this basic understanding in a dialogue that we can all participate with. And so today is an extension of the basic understanding. The subject is bones. And we all like to pick at bones. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is May 23rd, 2021. This is a presentation of the Keshe Foundation Canada Plasma Education Series. It is the continuation of the education series that was begun in Brazil and continued in Italy. And now it's in the Hispanic community. We had basic teaching, which started with terminology. We moved into intermediate teaching and advanced teaching. But all of this is actually basic understanding, because we have billions of people around this planet who are absolutely craving for this knowledge. And in too many cases, it's actually a matter of life and death. So this is not an entertainment channel. And this is something that we have to look at how our society is changing. And even within the last week, we've seen phenomenal changes. And so this teaching is welcoming new students. It is enhancing the knowledge and giving a capability to the many mature students to exercise the terminology, exercise the thinking, use the dialogue in a cohesive manner so that we can communicate. Because really that's what it's all about, is about the communication. And as Mark mentioned earlier today, the Peace Dome is somehow being communicated around the world through the spraying of the plasma water. And for a lot of people, they don't really understand this and they don't have a respect for this. So it really boils down to basic understanding, and can we extend that? And one of the vehicles to extend that is not only through the new students and the advanced students, but through teachers as well. So this whole process that we're going is an exercise for teachers. And I can't emphasize this enough. Regardless of the language, we need more teachers, because we cannot, what we're doing right now is we're reaching tens of thousands of people. That's not enough. We are all overworked and overburdened because the basic understanding is not there. This has actually been a failure of the educational system that's been going on for the last, well, 5 decades at least. So what we've tried to do is discuss some kind of connection between the old physics and the new physics. So we discussed the X, Y, and Z axis, but it all boils down to health and vitality. And so we discussed some fundamental things about our health and vitality and how it relates. We discussed the Krebs cycle, the DNA, and codons from the DNA. And we've tried to progress. And as you can see, some of the ideas that we have percolating, and this is hoping to try and keep up with Mr. Keshe somehow, although that's a Mount Everest to climb for all of us. We just need to keep pace, and we can keep pace if we can elevate ourselves to transcend into higher levels where we have not only higher understanding, but a higher transfer of knowledge at a higher rate, many orders of magnitude higher than we have on the physical basis. And so last week we talked about the brain and how many brains we have in our body, because fortunately for us, all of these are operating on an autonomous basis because we have over 70 trillion cells in our body, and it's kind of fairly difficult to organize that. And it's a lot more people, a lot more cells than we have people on this planet, and it's a lot more than we can all organize. So there is an organization. And so we see that the brain has helped throughout the body, and the brain has been a vehicle for the soul. And so how do we transcend from the soul to the bones? And what are the bones? And then where do we go from here? And we really can't get there from here until we have some kind of vehicle to travel with. So what we're trying to do is review the book number 1, which is the Universal Order of Creation of Matter. And I have emphasized that these are 2 titles. We're talking about the order of creation and the creation of matter, 2 separate things. And the one, because we don't, from our terminology, we really don't understand the matter. It's like understanding the difference between electromagnetic and gravitational magnetical. We're talking about 2 different worlds. And we find that one of the fundamentals that we're having problems with our educational system is we're not demanding enough. We are not demanding enough of our educational system. We're not demanding enough of our society, our political leaders, nor are we demanding enough of ourselves, because the whole universe was created and we are part of that creation. This old physics ideology of deciding whether you're a participant or an observer, implying that you can extricate yourself from the universe to observe the universe, is really ludicrous. We are part of the universe, and so our participation in the universe is mandatory. Our observation of the universe is arbitrary. That's based on our point of view, our knowledge, our education, and a few other things, because we are always exchanging energy. The universe is existing from energy. And so this energy is a charge in motion, and energy is always in motion. So the rules that apply, shall we say, in the electromagnetic world also apply in the plasmatic world. It's just that science has not been able to totally, shall we say, articulate the basic rules. And the basic rules are that energy is always in motion. So there's a direction, there's a flow, there's a strength of flow, and there's a decision. A decision. When did that happen? So one of the decisions when we look at the front cover of the book is the creation of a basic matter. And we see the convergence of 3 matter forces, all of which are plasmatic. We're talking about matter, dark matter, and antimatter. But that is just the creation of the principal matter. Now, what happens when we exchange energy with other plasmatic forces? So there's an interaction of this energy, and there's an ebb and flow, a pushing and a pulling, a giving and taking, and that's where the infinity loop comes in. And we wonder, the infinity loop is as old as the ages. And, you know, how did the barbarians in our history understand this advanced technology? Maybe they had the advanced technology and the barbarians took over, and maybe we're the barbarians. So terminology is very, very important. And we'll try not to make a commentary on this because this is an educational platform and we want to use this terminology. All the understandings of whether it's magnetical or gravitational, and introducing nanostate and GaN state and the various energy levels of orders of magnitude. These are all representations of charge as energy in motion. And so this is organized, logical, sequential, and consistent. And when we look at how we move energy, we see that there are various dimensions. And when we see these dimensions, we understand dimensions as having a geometry. And so then from this geometry, we look at dimensions interacting with other dimensions, and then we introduce a dynamism. And then with that dynamism, there's always a question, how dynamic is it? And this is the gradient charge that we see, which affects the field strength. So when we look at the various terminologies as we try and add, we see that we do have principal matter and the amino acids, which are the foundations and the building blocks for the DNA RNA combination. And then we see the star formations, which are fundamental geometry that gives us a basic plasma state. And then an interaction with various plasma states, we have a dynamic plasma state. And so in the process of manifestation, we have a non-tangible manifestation and a tangible manifestation. And in the non-tangible state manifestation, energies can move. Energies have residues. In the physical, these residues are called artifacts. And when we have historians looking through our residue, do they see the non-tangible plasmatic state that is the substrate of the artifact? And how did this artifact happen? And so we see that the movement of energy through all of these levels is literally a conversion, is a conversion from one state to another state. And there are rules to follow. And this is what we've been trying to emphasize, these rules, because these are universal rules. So when we look at the basic energy, it's an energy package. And we wonder how the corona seems to understand this, and we need these classes to explain it. But we see that there is a progression, and so this progression follows a normal sequence. We're not talking about chaos theory, we're talking about organized theory, and the organized theory follows a sequence. And it's very important to have these sequences because there's a lot of organization that needs to be going on. So as we're all preoccupied with our tiny perfect worlds, and when we compare to the rest of the universe, we find that, man, we better be organized. One of the things that we talked about, the piezoelectric effect, and I've hung on to this because we're going to talk about bones today. And the other thing, the plasma feeding is an ongoing educational point, especially in the last month, last 4 Knowledge Seekers workshops. This plasma feeding is more important than it's ever been. And so how do we have a plasma feeding related with the piezoelectric effect? As soon as we say electric, we're talking about old technology, but what does it mean? And so when we're looking at going back to our basic classes, we find that we have straight lines and we have bent lines, and this creates something. And the basics is when we discuss surface to volume ratio, we find that the ends of the lines are smaller than the middle of the line. The middle of the line is bigger than the end of the line. So the end of the line is negative. And by creating a bend, we find the point of the bend has a smaller surface to volume ratio than the rest of the line. So now we've introduced another negative charge. And then in between the negative charges, we understand in the plasma science that this is a two-way street. And so we know that through our various automotive industries, electronic industries, chemical industries, there's positives and negatives. So we understand that. Well, in the plasma science, that is also there, except for one big difference, is that these things are always in balance. And then so what we're looking at is the difference in this balance. And it is possible to have a difference in this balance. So the balance we call a maggrav, but the difference in the balance, we either call it magnetical or gravitational. And so we have to take into account that there are other dimensions. So as soon as we create a bend in the road, if you will, we've introduced another dimension. And what is unique about this is that this is how we have a relationship between hydrogen and oxygen. Hydrogen being very magnetical and oxygen being very, very gravitational. And there are other factors that come into play. But the reason I bring this up is because every bodybuilder knows how to build up their bones. Before you can build up the muscles, you have to build up the bones, because it's the bones that hold up the muscles. And so one of the things that we like to do to build up our muscles is to eat a lot of protein. But, you know, when you have protein, you need to balance that off with essential amino acids. So we find that bodybuilders who are on a high protein diet are actually overcompensating for the growth. And it's a very short-sighted way to go. The more important thing is when we do the stressing of the bones, we find that on the area, if this were to represent, say, on the left-hand side, the elbow, and on the right-hand side, the hand, and that you're doing a curl and picking up a weight, you are stressing the bone in the middle. And that stressing of the bone causes a bending. This is the piezoelectric effect. And this is exactly how the bone is strengthening. But is this energy to strengthen the bone coming just from this food that we eat? Well, no, it is coming from the amino acids. And the amino acids are the basis and the source of physical life on this planet. So we have the four basic parts of the amino acid, which we have identified as nitrogen, hydrogen, carbon, and oxygen. And we find that, well, we said the hydrogen is magnetical and the oxygen is gravitational. And the nitrogen, which composes over 80% of our environment, is actually the facilitator and the connector between our environment and our magnetical gravitational field forces is the carbon. The carbon is the connector. Okay, so now we have the amino acid, and on this earth we have another type of product that we call water, which is the universal solvent, and it is comprised of, well, guess what? Hydrogen and oxygen. Only this time there are two hydrogens and one oxygen, and this allows us to release one hydrogen as part of the currency of energy transfer. The currency of energy transfer is the hydrogen. And what is remaining is the hydroxyl. And this hydroxyl, now being negatively charged because it's lost the hydrogen, is looking for a home. And this is one of the beauties of water. Water is a universal solvent. And water has a lot of the characteristics that GANS does. And we'll talk about more of that later on. But the thing about it is that this energy that has been released, we don't know where it's going, but it's looking to go somewhere. And that somewhere is the basis of creation, which is a gravitational component, which we call the neutron. And isn't it interesting that the neutron is not available in the hydrogen, but it is available in every other element of the periodic table of elements. And this is where we discussed in the past, and we're reviewing a little bit. And so we looked at the basic atomic math, and we found that the neutron is the atomic nucleus of an element, and it consists of electrons and protons. And we found that electrons and protons have mass, so we can say that hydrogen has mass. But neutron mass also identifies the material. And if we were to choose a material, say like oxygen, it has electrons and protons and also neutrons. So the oxygen also carries a mass. So here we have two gases which are carrying mass. But when we look at the plasma physics, we find that there's something wrong with the math. And so when we add up the mass of the electron and the mass of the proton, it doesn't equal the mass of the neutron. Well, it's close, but it doesn't work. And then we have another limitation in our thinking, and this is the second law of thermodynamics, and which involves entropy. And there's also something missing there. So that doesn't add up. So we're finding one of the limitations in our understanding of physics is that we are basing our knowledge on things that are incomplete, inconsistent, and actually not balancing. And so one of the things that's been missing has been the understanding of how matter is created and how matter comes from here to there. And so one of the basic components is the PM ticks. And the PM ticks come from the breakdown of the neutron into the electron-proton combination. Just like the hydrogen is released from the water when you decide to maybe wash the dishes or wash the car or drink the water. So this is energy in motion. Well, the consistency of this energy in motion, and it's irrelevant whether it's in space or on Earth. It has to do with principal matter. And there are different energy levels within the principal matter. And that includes matter state, dark matter, and antimatter. All three matter energy levels, which are different by orders of magnitude, are all together in the basic PM-TIC construction. And as such, they are looking for a home because they do not have a neutron gravitational force. So they are totally magnetical. And that is the basics of the science. So when we look at how the science on Earth is working, we understand that we have a loss of heat. We see things decay. We talk about the half-life of nuclear decay. And these are all imposing limitations of our knowledge. And at the heart of this is really the second law of thermodynamics. You see, the fact of the matter is we generate heat. Doesn't matter if it's cold outside, we go outside, we're still warm on the inside. And so this generation of heat is a indication of life. It is an indication of a counter-entropic activity. So counter-entropic is a generation of heat. And so we find that life is counter-entropic. And so when we look at regular matter science, and we see that the loss of heat and the decay is the old science, and the new science is dealing with life and with creation, and then we find, well, we're actually the protesters of matter state science. And this becomes very fundamental when we're looking at how we create energy within our body. And the modern science has been very good at identifying the basic components. And here we have a trinity of cytochrome A, B, and C, which are producing on each level 12 ATP. And we find that a healthy cell has 36 ATP, and the relationship is to one glucose molecule. So this is identified in the Krebs cycle, and there is a sequence. It has to go through a sequence. But we find there's a disruption in the sequence, and there's a penalty to pay, and that is in the cytochrome B, where we're only having 1/6 of the capability. And there's a reason for this, and that is because we're not able to produce the oxygen that we need in the cytochrome B as we have in cytochrome A and C. And so we find that an unhealthy cell, the conditioning of that, it's not producing enough of what it takes. And so our whole basis of our, shall we say, health protocols, when we talk about psychology, we see it as a pharmacological problem. And then when we talk about our physiology, we see that as a mental problem. And all of this has come about through an educational system, which has really thrown a lot of limitations. And can you believe it? There are educational systems out there which are actually promoting the deception, the double cross. These are the things that cause us to be scatterbrained, as we discussed it last week. So we're not clear thinking. We should be clear thinking. And the way we can do this is to engage our soul, because our soul is clear thinking. It's the manifestation of the physicality that we're having a problem. And so today we'd like to discuss the bones. And of course, the bones are part of the skeletal system. And so when you look at the bones, what you have to realize is that there's some patterns that happen. So if we look at the structure of the arm, we find that it's very similar to the structure of the leg. But you wonder how archaeologists are able to assemble dinosaur bones, because there's a relationship. The leg bone is bigger than the arm bone. the ratios are kind of the same. We have a shoulder, we have an elbow, we have a wrist. And in the leg bone, we have a hip, we have a knee, and we have an ankle. And there is a size differential, and it only stands to reason because the legs support the entire body, whereas the arms allow us to do things. But then we look at another interesting aspect of the bone structure. We find that our head is actually an encapsulation, kind of like a corona. And what it does is encapsulates the brain. Then we look at the rib cage, and it's kind of has a lot of gaps in the rib cage, and that is kind of protecting our emotional organs, the lungs, the heart, the thyroid, and stuff like that. And then we have a spine, which is kind of communicating to the rest of the body. And then we have hips, which are kind of connecting the upper part of the body to the lower part of the body. And so if we find all of these bones together through the relationships of the bones, we can find where these bones go. And there is a sequence. And each part of the bones is kind of unique. And it's interesting, when we are born, we don't have this skeleton when we're born, when we're sitting in the womb of our mother. All we have is the basic amino acid, and all we have to communicate with is our DNA. And it is from there that we begin this growth. And the question is, how do we do this? So we talked about having opposing thumbs. So we see that, the arms come up over the head and they go forward. And the head, of course, is protecting the brain. And then the brain needs to build up subbrains. And these subbrains need protection. And so we find that the skeletal system is not only offering us an opportunity to move, but it is also offering us a cushioning and a protection of our emotional system, and is definitely giving us maximum protection for our brain system. And so we look at the structure of these bones, where we find that the head bone encapsulates the brain, whereas our body encapsulates the bones. And so there's some kind of crossover where the outside goes inside and the inside goes outside. Kind of the same thing as what the brain does, where the left side controls the right side and the right side of the brain controls the left side of the body. And so there's a crossover there as well. And so this crossover becomes a very, very important point, because it also affects our crossover from the plasmatic reality to the physical reality. So when we look at the basics, the amino acid, we see on the periodic table of elements that it involves carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, and hydrogen. And that when we produce the GANs, we are using copper and zinc. And so the problem here is that none of these elements are the main elements of bones. So something is just not working here. So we see that our amino acids are missing something, but what they are producing are the basis of this, and that is from the amino acids, we produce water. When we produce amino acids, which is the building blocks for protein, and the protein allows the formation of water. So the water is the universal solvent. Oil and water don't mix, and thank God for that. Otherwise, we would all be mush. And then somehow, some way, we have bones. So, here is the original CO2 GANS cup, and we used a nano-coated copper coil with a zinc plate, and we put a load on that. We put that in salt water, and we developed a CO2 GANS. And then we had an amino acid on the surface, and we produced an H2O in there. So we have two dimensions. We had the x-axis and the y-axis. The y-axis is allowing the amino acid to come from the sky, right? From the thin air or fat air, whichever you wish to discuss. So we still don't explain where more energy is coming in. And before we go to that, we have to understand that when we're looking at the GANs, and I'm finding that this point has been missed. And so I'd like to repeat it again, and I may have to repeat it again and again. Plasma energy is the giving and taking of energy. So there's always an exchange of energy. So the negative is the giver, the positive is the taker. And when we look at the motion of the GANs in the water, it doesn't move because of gravity. It moves because there is a transition of energy. So in other words, before you can take energy, you have to give energy. And if we look at the various levels within the water, and we say when we're looking at these light blue lines, we can consider those as energy levels, as plasmatic energy levels, because plasma has the same kind of affinity as GANs does. And the closer we get to the gravitational field, the stronger the energy. So in order to move this GANs through the water, it has to release energy above and pick up energy from below so that it can move. And the faster it moves is indication of the steepness of the transition gradient. So as we cut through various gradient charges, we call that the transition of energy. So that is the y-axis, the going from the pole, North Pole to the South Pole and vice versa. So the transition of these energy flows is how the GANs moves through the water. And so we find that that is the basis of the GANs affinity. Well, water has an interesting characteristic that happens when it comes in contact with this GANs. And so we find that it's very important health-wise for alkalinity. And so when we look at the pH of water, in the physical science, there are two ways, maybe others, but there are two ways that we can raise the pH of the water. And one is with a chemical additive. So if you have acidic water, you add an alkaline substance and you raise the pH. Another way to do it is through electrolysis. And why is this important? Well, because already going back to 1923, we understand that cancer tissues are acidic and healthy tissues are alkaline. So all form of cancer have two basic conditions, acidosis and hypoxia, which is the lack of oxygen. So this is basic knowledge that has been around for many, many years, and we wonder why we're still talking about it today. Well, I think the problem is that we really don't understand the science that we've talked about. So if we expand this periodic table of elements, we find the two missing ingredients that we've been talking about. One is calcium, which is a fundamental component of the bone structure. And why I throw magnesium in here is because we are horizontal people and the vertical people are dependent on magnesium. And so that becomes another important component as well. And so we kind of query, why are plants so smart that they can work with the plasma energy flow of the relationship between the sun and the earth, and we're still bogged down in matter state? And the reason we're bogged down in matter state is because of the lack of understanding of the role of calcium. And that is a problem because you see, calcium can be water soluble. And this is important if we're looking for nutritional uptake. But generally speaking, calcium is insoluble. And the big problem for calcium then is if we mix it in with water, it really doesn't dissolve. It is just in suspension in the water. So what is the importance of calcium? Well, calcium is a fundamental structure of bones. And the biggest bone in the body is the thigh bone. And one of the things that we like to do is we like to scrape the bone marrow because we're all advanced scientists. And we like to harvest stem cells because we find that they help with healing. But the body does this naturally. And in the thigh bone, we produce white blood cells and we produce red blood cells. So the white blood cells have to do with the lymph system, and that has to do with, shall we say, creating organisms to promote healing. And the red blood cells is part of the circulatory system, the blood system, and that is to provide nourishment. It is also, both of these systems are delivery systems. And the interesting thing, of course, is that the red blood cells come in contact with the white blood cells. The white blood cells come in contact with every cell in the body. So the cells in the body are not in contact with the red blood cells in, shall we say, a direct physical link. So there is a combination of energy that is flowing between the white and the red blood cells. And this is what's going on in the bones. And so we find that what's going on inside the bones is like a kitchen where there's a lot of energy being transacted. And there's a lot of stuff that's being prepared. And all of these things that are being prepared are for our benefit. And who is organizing this? Okay, who is the lion tamer? Who's the boss? Who's the one who is issuing the orders to do this? And you know, how is this so well organized? And I think now we understand what happens when we run into ill health problems. And so one of those problems, of course, is osteoporosis, which actually is the depletion of calcium in the bone. So the bones actually become brittle. Another problem with osteoporosis is we are still producing calcium with our body, but it's not being delivered to the correct sites. So that leads to something called arthritis, which is actually calcium deposits in the wrong places. So it's not part of our bones, but it's on top of our bones, and it inhibits our motion. Another part of poor health that is a big signal is the sensitivity of teeth. And what that involves is a depletion of calcium in the teeth. Yes, the teeth are very dependent on calcium, so it's very, very important to have a good supply of calcium. And we find that there are products that actually fill the holes within the teeth. And this is what allows the protection against this sensitivity that can cause us pain. What the body was originally doing, of course, was providing the calcium to, obviously, we had to grow the teeth, we had to grow the skeletons, we had to grow the bones. And we find that there are other things that are involved. Oh yes, that brain which is composed on a large percentage of calcium. And we find that one of the problems with brain problems is the hardening of the pineal gland and pituitary gland within the brain. And so this hardening, well, in the proper places, we grow a skull or we grow a skeleton or we grow a bone, but in the wrong places, we create a condition known as either Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and other mental problems, dementia, and then arthritis, and all sorts of good things, right? And so what it boils down to is if we have a hardening in the brain, then how can the brain control the other subbrains? And how can these other subbrains control all the trillions of cells in our body? So fundamentally, what we're talking about is communication. And so there is a communication within a cell. So there's an inside of a cell and an outside of the cell. right? So that's intracellular communication, where the cell can say, open the doors, please. I like to let the food in. I like to let the waste out. And there's an intercellular communication, so that one cell knows what the other cell is doing. But we find that all of these cells have an address. And all of these cells, they're not just in our skin, they're not just in our body, they're in our bones as well. And these are all well organized. So we find that a disorganization is a disruption of this communication. And that's basically what cancer is. And so one of the things that, we really, really depend on, especially as children, because let's face it, we have very flexible bones. And this is very important for the mother's sake, so that when we get born, we don't cause as much damage as we could if our bones were very, very rigid. But we have a system in our society where we're frowning on mother's milk. And why this is important is because we see in our society that somebody somewhere has figured out that cow's milk is better for human babies than mother's milk is. I wonder if mother's milk would be better for cow babies. I don't know. It's just a stupid question. But there's another interesting thing that's happened in our society is that we now also have a baby formula, which is man-made. And so somehow, some way, a baby formula would be better than cow's milk, which somehow, some way is better than mother's milk. And then, of course, we find that through the degeneration of our bones, what we call osteoporosis and arthritis and dementia, we have a product that generically is called coral calcium. And anyway, what the claim to fame of this is that it has a 56% water-soluble calcium uptake as compared to 17% from mother's milk. And so therefore, this calcium supplementation is very, very important for the body because it's much better than mother's milk. Really? Is it possible that mother's milk is exactly what we need and anything above that is like superfluous? So I think, anytime that man puts himself ahead of the universal knowledge, is the beginning of the, shall we say, imposing limitations on the knowledge. All of these things are audaciously saying that mother's milk is bad. And, it's really too bad for our children that they have to depend on mother's milk, isn't it? I don't know how we got that way, but it is an indication of the malaise in our society. I talked about the connection and the similarity between nerves. We have a neuron and we have dendrons, where we have the synaptic gap, the neuron on the left, the dendrites on the right, and the similarity between the chains of the atoms and the chains of the monatomic nanocoating of the copper coil. And then we look at the chains of the amino acids, essential fatty acids, and we see the similarities of that. And then we look at ourselves and we say, well, how are we able to stand up? Well, we have to have a spine. We have to have bones to hold us up. And this, of course, is in the face of things like jellyfish, isn't it? Jellyfish don't have any bones, and yet they exist. But anyway, so when we look at the stacker unit and we find at the top of the stacker unit is the soul cup, and then we have the emotional cup and the physical cup. And then we have two other cups, which we haven't discussed much about, but one of them has to do with the inertia and the bottom one has to do with the earth. And when we're looking at how other creatures adapt to that, we've talked about rotating fields. And what's interesting about the snails is that they're able to create a shell around them, kind of like our cranium, kind of like our skull, right? Except that it isn't just for our brain, it's for the entire body. Okay, legs and spine and everything is inside the shell. And so this shell grows and follows the Fibonacci sequence. And so as it goes in the rotation, it gets larger and larger and larger. But the interesting component with this seashell is that it also has spikes, which are growing perpendicular to the rotation of the original cell. And they are growing out from the basis of the cell. So we have a rotating field that is growing around, and we have a rotating field that is growing up from. So we have two rotating fields. And, you know, let's look at another interesting phenomenon. You know, life is for learning. And hunters in our country are very proud when they can get and kill an animal like a moose. And, you know, just bragging rights. And so this particular set of antlers has 10 points. So this is a, shall we say, a prize. And you can see that, you know, the moose is part of our emblem on the KFTV logo. And so it's funny. We know that the moose has a head, and inside the head, he has a brain. And we know that this moose, which weighs about a ton, and which is pretty heavy. And just so that you know, this moose is big enough that you can drive your car under its belly. You may or may not touch the belly, but this is a massive creature. And so it needs massive bones. And on top of the skeleton and on top of the skull, it has a set of horns. So this is now another type of growth. So it's kind of really different. So if we go from the range of jellyfish, which have no bones, and we look at humans who have basically skeleton, which is inside the body, and a skull, which is around the brain. And then we compare that to that of a nerve. And so we find that there is a kind of a roundness in the neuron of the nerve. And then it kind of becomes straggly down at the dendrites. So this is kind of straggly like our arms and legs. And so there's a similarity there. And then we see how the myelin sheath goes around the axon, which has a real similarity to the cups, the 5-cup stacker unit, which has a real similarity to the spine of man. And so we are actually incomplete, where we're just missing a set of horns, right? That would make our lives complete. So all these things have a relationship. And so we talked about relationships of singularity, duality, and trinity, the Holy Trinity, and these are all dimensions. And to understand which dimension we're operating in, we have to have a reference. And so the reference is by field. Once we understand the field, which gives us context, then we can establish a relationship. And what we found in the past is that we are actually none of these dimensions. The physical dimensions are not our dimensions, the real plasma dimensions. But what we have now is an understanding that from our basic GANs, which we looked at the CO2 GANs, which is kind of the basic connector to our life, we find that calcium has a connection, and that is with one oxygen. And if we were to take the carbon, which is connected to 2 oxygen, and add it to the calcium with 1 oxygen, we come out to what is a calcium carbonate, which is a calcium, carbon, and 3 oxygen. And so what we have is our soul, which is what we're born with. And we have emotions, And we are looking at some kind of physical connection. Connection to what? So the first question is our environment. And our environment is the physical interaction of the plasmatic connection between the sun and the earth. And so we are here. And that becomes our transition into the physicality. This is our visible reality. And what is our environment made from? So what are we made from? We are organic because we're carbon-based, but the earth is silicon-based. And we talked about this in the past, and we see in the growth of concrete, which means, by saying growth, it means that it's sentient. We know that it heats up, so it's counterentropic. And this is done through hydration. And the hydration is from the outside to the center. And this is always done in the presence of water. Oh, that universal solvent. And so what we're producing is basically called SiO4. And so this is the fundamental component of the Earth's crust. So the Earth is inorganic, and that's what it means. The Earth, inorganic, silicon-based, man, organic, carbon-based. That's what it means. And so when we look at the components of cement and we find, oh, well, here's something. We have dicalcium silicate, tricalcium silicate, tricalcium aluminate, and tetracalcium aluminoferrite. We have calcium in all of the basic components of cement, and they all work in different ratios and they work together. And in the process, they consume calcium. Somehow they consume calcium, and we see a migration from SiO2 to SiO4, which is part of the growth. There's another growth that takes place, and it goes beyond that, from SiO4 to SiO6. That is very advanced science. And what happens there is that the calcium is actually replaced with magnesium. This is strange, because calcium really is very soft. And actually magnesium is very soft as well. But magnesium is very essential for the vertical people. So the calcium is very essential for us, and the magnesium is very essential for the vertical people. Not to say that calcium is not an important component for the vertical people, but magnesium is more important. Whereas for us, the calcium is more important, because this is our interaction when our soul is looking for positioning and trying to find out where is our position in relationship to the plasmatic field between the sun and the earth. And so we understand that we have an emotional and physical construct within our brain. We have an emotional and physical construct within our body. And we discussed that today, because the physical construct is our skeleton. And then there's an emotion within our body, which is part of the lungs, the heart, and the thyroid, and is protected by that skeleton in a cage. But then we have the brain, which is encapsulated with a physical bone that goes around. And so there's a method to this madness. And in the way we operate through the Krebs cycle and how we exchange energy is through the constant flipping of the polarity of the interchange of energies. So the positive becomes negative, and the negative becomes positive. This is the two-way street of the magnetical gravitational plasma forces. So when we are looking at the physicality, it's an earthbound strength. The physicality, the manifestation of the skeleton and the cells and the body and everything else, is all part of the interaction with the earth. And we, as plasmatic beings, we have a connection to the universe. So we've got things kind of backwards. our head is smaller than our body, but the physical strength of our body is bigger than our head, but the universal strength of our head is bigger than our body because we're connected to the universal soul of man. So now we're transcending through different ranges. We're transcending through different dimensions within the range on this planet. And so we understand that in order to get here, we had to have a plasmatic strength because we didn't have a physical strength. When we were born, prior to us being born, we had to come from somewhere. We didn't come from nowhere, we came from somewhere. So, but we couldn't come with a skeleton, and that would have been very painful. So when we look at matter and understanding what matter in all cases is a manifestation of energy. So there's an old science and the new science, and we refer both of these as matter. But the thing is that matter is a manifestation of this energy, and the manifestation can be either binding on a small scale, or it can be creation on a large scale. So energy binding is creation. That's all part and parcel of the same process. And this energy binding is of a plasmatic nature. So when we look at matter plasma, the difference between the physical plasma and the matter plasma is one you can touch and you can see, the other one you cannot touch and you cannot see it, but you can definitely sense it. And it is this sensing that carries a force. And so this force is carried through an energy which has a mass. And so we find that light carries that mass. And so what we're talking about on a plasmatic basis, non-physical light is non-physical. So it's a light matter. This is what the matter plasma is, as opposed to the dark matter. And all of this has to do with the relationship. So the light matter is magnetical, the dark matter would be gravitational. And the balance between the magnetical gravitational field forces is what we call a maggrav. So these are the basis of relationships. And another relationship that we have is we have the limitations of the scientific community and the limitations of the spiritual community, because this is the way that our society has been structured. But if we take these two sciences and add them together, we find that we're beginning to have a better understanding of plasma matter. And we have to understand that it is from the plasma matter that the cells can manifest. So the plasma matter manifests into the physical matter. And so we have the cells of a key component is calcium. From that, we can produce bones. Key component is calcium. And we are basically then, therefore, converting the energy coming from the soul to the matter state. This is what we're talking about, conversion of energy. This is the plasma science. And so to understand reality, this is a key component. Two fields come together, they form another. So any formation of any field is a manifestation. This manifestation has to be fed. The plasma feeding is what leads to the manifestation, because the manifestation can be non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible, plasmatic or physical. Yes, there is a plasmatic reality. There is a physical reality. You cannot have a physical reality without having a plasma reality. Ain't gonna happen. You can have a plasma reality without having a physical reality. That can happen. Manifestation, whether it's a plasmatic reality or a physical reality, is a form artifact. Can you recognize this form artifact? Can you decipher what is going on? And so we look at our reality, which we interpret every moment of every day, is the emotion of presence. And so our emotion of presence is actually a form artifact of all of this energy in motion within our body, within our cells, within our brain, within our environment on the earth, and then within the universal energies that not only travel through our solar system, but through the unicos. And so this now becomes the most important thing to understand. Basically, simply, plasma, magnetical energy is a balance of attraction and repulsion, and they're both. So with the magnetical giving, we create a field. With the gravitational taking, we create a field. The combination of these two, it gives us a basis of giving and taking. This is how energy is in motion. And so we always have to decide, what are we giving our energy to, and where are we taking the energy from? And do we get to decide? Yeah, you bet you. And this is what makes the magnetical difference. The magnetical is the combination of the attraction repulsion force plus a giving force, which is magnetical. So therefore the opposite is true. The gravitational is a repulsion attraction force plus a taking force, which is gravitational. So the attraction repulsion force is your basic maggrav, and then you have excess energy, which you're giving, that's magnetical, and then you have a depletion. And so it's a taking force the maggrav needs to take, and that's your gravitational. And this is always going on. And so the beauty of what we have, which are called the cups of life, you have to understand they're not called the cups of pandemic. And we're missing this point, that each and every one of us has the capability of making the cup of life and making that part of our environment where the plasma energy that is coming from the cups of life can then link up to create the plasma dome, the dome of peace. This is what it's all about. So there are classes to identify how to make the cups. We start with the zinc plate, the copper coil, and the nano-coated copper coil. But what we're interested in is to understand that we create inside the cup a magnetical field and a gravitational field. Then I repeat this at every class, because now we're coming to the point where this is going to be a regular part of our life. It is very important in many different aspects. We've only begun to scratch the surface in our uses. And so we find that when we look at these three components in the cup of life, there's an interaction of fields. And so we are drawing in energy that is of a higher energy state, and that is a GANS. And so based on this particular design, we have the zinc GANS and the copper GANS, and we find that the combination of two bring in that connector, the CO2 GANS, that comes from the fat air. We bring in the amino acid, and when we have the amino acid, we build up the water. Well, you know what? We also have calcium carbonate GANS. It's getting really full inside the cup. There's a whole lot of stuff going on. And then we say, well, we brought the second cup. We just substitute the zinc plate for the copper plate, and we still have the magnetical field, and we still have the gravitational field. But there's been an energy change, and that is that one cup is emotional and one cup is physical. And there's an interaction similar in both, but we're dealing on energy strengths that are different. And so both have a magnetical, and this magnetical is not restricted by the physicality of the glass cup. Excuse me, we're talking about plasma energy. The plasma energy cannot see the physical manifestation, cannot. It will transcend that, go right through it. So if we're using it for the pandemic, keep them at least 1 meter apart and produce them separately. Very important. Emotional, physical construct. Then we have the gravitational. One moment. Thank you very much. I had a chance to drink some cold coffee. So energy packs in the universe understand this implicitly. They follow the rules. What else do we need to do to follow these rules? Well, higher strength feeds the weaker strength, so we deplete the energy. We can also convert the energy. So we're always converting energy, aren't we? When we eat, that's what we do. We take the energy from one and convert it to another. That's the same thing we do with the virus. We convert the energy. And so once that is done, and generally speaking, shall we say, it could take a few days, and that's all it would take. And then we get into the rest of the story, and that involves the cups of man. And we see that the relationship of the cups of man, when we put the two together, we have a gravitational taker and a magnetical giver. And we see the fields working together, and they create a maggrav condition between the two, of which there's a magnetical field, and then there's a gravitational field. Now we've set up a maggrav condition where we can bring the cup of soul in, right? That kind of completes the basic trinity. We have a magnetical, we have a gravitational, and we have a soul. Not only do we have a soul in each and every cup, but we have the combination soul, excuse me, which completes the star formation. And then when we now look at our GANs and we see the rotating field in the GANs, this is a GANs that's produced inside the cup of one. And then we see there's a hole in the GANs. And we say, well, there's nothing there. Really? How can there nothing be there? You see, GANs has an affinity. It gives and takes energy. We've seen GANs on the physical plane. We know that GANs is a gas in a nanosolid. And so on that basis, it connects with the emotional plane. And then we see our body, which has a physical, which includes the muscles and the skeleton and all the other cells. And then we see an emotional plane. And so our body is actually a GANs spaceship. This is a huge revelation. So now when we look at the positioning of the stacker unit, we find that it mimics our spine, and it is giving energy to all parts of the body. And so whether we are a squirrel or a dog or a moose, we have 2 arms, 2 legs, and when we can't carry the weight with our 2 legs, then we have to have 4 legs. We still have a head, and in order to, shall we say, maybe defend ourselves, we may have to have horns on top. We don't need horns on top. We have a skull that protects our brain, and so what we find is our brain also needs to be fed. And one of the key components of brain food is calcium. And we know that calcium is a key component of the skeleton. So can we say that the brain is actually a brain bone, except that it's kind of mushy the way our bones are when we're born, very, very flexible. They can bend without breaking. But when we get old, we tend to get brittle. And so what we're looking at is how can we get from our brittle bones to basically our youthful vitality. And what we're talking about in the plasma science, the word is regeneration. The regeneration of the cells. A key component within our cells is the calcium. The regeneration of our bones, in other words, limbs, etc. Key component is calcium. When we look at our body health, the alkalinity of our body is very important. Key component for that is the calcium. How do we make the plasma water alkaline without chemical supplementation, without electrolysis? Magic happens. It becomes alkaline. And we know that jumping from one pH to another pH is an order of magnitude. And I have seen it go 2 orders of magnitude through the plasma reactors. And then we find that our health of our brains, well, wait a second. We've had capability of pulling people out of a coma. We've had capability of regenerating from Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. And we find that calcium is a key component of the brain. Well, these are all part of our physical matter. What about our soul? What happens with our soul? So one of the things that we see with our soul is a supragranular layer, which is only 3 cells thick. It encapsulates the corpus callosum, which is the entire brain, and is very unique to humans. This is what allows us to have a delay in consequences, and as a result of this delay in consequences, it also allows us to have a misconduct. But an interesting thing has happened. Is the supragranular layer part of the skin? Is it part of the blood? Is it part of the brain? Is it part of the bone? The supragranular layer is the connection between our soul on this environment and our soul from our source. And there has been discussion in the Knowledge Seekers Workshop where the skull can actually call for the soul. How does it do that? Stay tuned for the next exciting episode. Because when people ask you about plasma, don't go there. Just tell them plasma is a kind of energy state. It's very important. It's changing our life so that we understand when we are trying to figure out, are we backwards or upside down? We're neither. We are the link between the source and the environment. And so we have to understand that there are basic dimensions. And what you're looking at here is a non-physical dimension where we have the rotating field, the polar field, and we have the field strength, the X, Y, and Z axis, right? And then there's a relationship between the hemispheres. Just like on our brain, we have 2 hemispheres, but they're not the same, because if they were the same, they would be repelling, and they're not repelling, they are attracting. So we actually have to flip the pole around, right? And this is the failing. One moment, please. We have a general dogma of ignorance. It has to do with our physical managing of our history. And as they say, they're paid to dig and not paid to find it. Well, we are paid to find it, okay? Because this is a matter of life and death. You have to understand that our point of view is either earthbound or spacebound, and the combination of which is plasma bound. And that's the message that we're trying to convey to the rest of the universe. And we've started. We have the Keshe Foundation, KFTV, where science meets the soul of man, for the purposes of peace. And what is the final limiting factor? And that is the morality. The plasma science works through morality, compassion, and courage. These are the building blocks of creation. And so when we're looking at the Universal Body Enhancement Unit, we're looking to deliver the plasma satisfaction as can only be accomplished through the restoration of emotional and physical vitality. And so we have to understand that in terms of plasma, all things are working in combination. There's a pushing and a pulling, which we call magnetical and gravitational, and the balance of which is the mag-grav condition. And everything that we see in terms of physicality is a residue. because we can't take the physicality with us. The physicality has its limitations. So this gives you something to think about. When you want to pattern your life, you provide the pattern, that's the energy that you get. So you have to decide, you're going to tell the universe to shut up, or you're going to open up to the universe and yield to those powers and allow that to happen. Allow the universe to assist so that you can receive. You can receive the benefits of the energy from the universe, and that is coming to you. And not only are we the messengers of peace and friendship, but all of us are messengers of peace and friendship, because that is the determination of our souls. And our souls are the ones who dictate. And that's why the plasma science has been put in public domain. And that's why it's so essential for us to have the World Peace Treaty. We not only need to sign that with a pen, but we need to sign that with our souls. Because in order to have harmony and vitality on this planet, we have to have physical and emotional harmony within us. And that's when we start to seek that truth. That's what becomes from the knowledge that we're all working to get. But so what? Will that make a difference? That's the question. And that difference is to understand that this dynamic plasma state is within us already. But this is the universal language throughout the universe. And the universal language, in order for us to allow us to join the universal community, we need to deliver plasma science in exchange for peace on Earth. Stay tuned for the next exciting episode. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mark.
Wow, lengthy teaching, Alex. Thank you. And hopefully you take a couple sips of warm coffee, or pineapple juice seems to help the throat clear. I know people that were DJs or announcers, they used to keep a little glass of pineapple juice because apparently it helps to clear the throat at sometimes. You know, we heard a lot about calcium in the beginning when we first started with this corona, and it was calcifying the lung and the brain. Just wondering, I was thinking about the body being on the acidic side or the alkaline side. Would it matter with the corona whether you were, I always thought the alkaline side would precipitate out the calcium more, and the acid side would sort of dissolve it. And I know we are going to learn more about calcification and decalcification from this pandemic, as we got into, Mr. Keshe had gotten into the calcium being removed from the women's hip, even though they stopped the menstrual cycle and all that. And we would figure out ways to recalcify. And that's one of the main, if you fall and break your hip, that is usually within a year or so, the person dies, because there's something there that causes the person to sort of go way out of balance with this calcium. And again, I don't know a lot about it, but I used to work in the HVAC, and whenever you have a higher alkaline environment, the calcium seemed to precipitate out on the hottest parts of the system, which was where the heat transfer was taking place, causing like an insulating layer, and therefore a reduction in efficiency of a system. So you're saying on the acid side, it's more disease, and on the alkaline side, it's healthier. But I was thinking sort of the alkalinity would, and is the calcium in your veins too? Is that what helps to form these plaques to sort of narrow down the arteries and so on?
See, this is one of the reasons that I did this presentation today, because clearly the brain, which depends on calcium, was created with you as a baby. And the skeleton, of course, was also created. So this buildup of the alkalinity, and we know the alkalinity is gravitational, so the buildup of these structures are also gravitational. So If those are not part of the structure, then they become part of the residue, and that becomes your magnetical field force. So you answering your own question, it obviously is beneficial for the body to have a gravitational benefit of this calcium, right? And that is alkalinity. So that's the basic understanding, and then you go from there.
And James had put in the first question into the chat. I don't know if you'd like to open your microphone, James, and maybe in a nutshell, Alex, you can just tell us about this Krebs cycle again. I know you've had a teaching on it, and he's asking, what is this Krebs cycle? Cytochrome?
Okay, let me, yeah. The Krebs cycle is an energy sequencing pattern. So you have to go through a sequence. If you don't go through a sequence, then then there's no order. And so as you migrate through these various energy levels, then you open up another energy level, and then something else can happen. So we are complex beings, and so we have complex activity. We have a real problem with our nutritional system, where we believe that what we eat is, manifests in what we get, without understanding the basic components of what we eat. In other words, whatever we eat, whether it's vegetable or animal, is manifest from an energy source. So we're not eating the protein, right? We're not eating the meat. We're eating the essential energy. The meat, the food, the pasta cannot pass through the barrier from inside the stomach into the body. The only thing that can pass is the plasmatic energy. And it is through the passing of this plasmatic energy that we have the building. So when you look at your stomach and you see that you secrete water, or you look at your saliva and you secrete water, even you look at your lungs and you secrete water, if you're secreting water on one side, you are creating protein on the other side. And so the amino acids are the building blocks of the protein, and the protein are the building blocks of the muscles, the bones, and all the other tissues that go on. And the process of doing that is through the exchange of energy, and there has to be an orderliness, a sequencing. And so the cytochrome is a ordering of energy levels. And when we follow that in a healthy system, where we are converting hydrogen and oxygen, which are basically energy in motion, and we're doing it properly, then we have a success. And that success is 36 ATP for every 1 glucose. And when we are out of whack and we start to fail to produce all the right ingredients, we are only getting 26 ATP for 1 glucose. So we are short. So we have to eat more. And that's where the obesity comes in. Truly unhealthy people have to work harder to be healthier. They have to work 7 times harder to be healthier. And then we find out that cancer cells multiply 18 times faster than healthy cells. Why? Because we need it. That's, we're getting the low level energy. We're not getting the high energy transmission. So we need to get more. And as we get more and more, we put a burden on our system, and then the snowball effect takes over. And our society has introduced water pollution, air pollution, food pollution, and now the weapon of choice, mental pollution. That is the worst. When the doctor tells you, oh, you know, we think you have cancer, 50% of your immune system shuts down. Where does the immune system get produced? Inside the bone marrow. And who runs that? You do. And when you are psychologically defeated, then the slippery slope begins. So nothing can save you if you don't have the will to live. And if you are living in a society that spews depression, okay, hopelessness, terrorism, this affects you psychologically. And the psychological manifestation comes out into your emotion. And then your emotion plays with your physicality, because the physicality is the lowest energy. And so that is a byproduct of the psychology and the emotionality. And so through the new units that we have, the vertical enhancement, the horizontal enhancement, the vision, and the cups of sweet and all this stuff, these are all ways and means to restore our energy vitality. And once we restore our energy vitality, then it's up to us to manifest this into the original emotional and physical vitality that we had as youth. And we can do this, but we have choices where we can do this plasmatically, we can do this physically, or we can do this plasmatically and physically in combination. We have always had these choices, but we haven't been aware. And the reason has to do with, obviously, the suppression of knowledge. So the knowledge brings out the truth. Now we have the truth. And everything that Mr. Keshe has talked about in the Knowledge Seekers workshops is not pie in the sky. It's already been done. Been there, done that. Okay, it's just a matter of disclosure. Stay tuned. There's more coming.
So feel free, anyone, to open your microphone and make a comment of what you just heard, or perhaps ask a question. I know when you lift weights, it actually forces calcium into the bone, doesn't it? I've always heard that. And this is
No,
actually,
it creates a field force, Mark.
okay,
It creates a field force perpendicular to your, your arm. And the side that you're doing the weightlifting on is the side that gets strengthened. Same thing happens to the plants. You see a long stem plant, say it has a stem that's 8 or 9 feet, and it's maybe 1 centimeter thick. And you say, well, how is that possible for that thing to bend in the wind without breaking? If our bones were so skinny, I don't think we'd be able to open a door. But, this is what happens. So as the plant is blowing in the wind, whichever direction is blowing, the opposite is being strengthened. And that's how the stalk gets strengthened. Well, our bones get strengthened the same way. You use it or you lose it. And all this has to do is with a demand. And that demand is an exchange of energy. So, you find that weightlifters, why do they get stronger? Because they exercise every day. So they're stressing their bones to rise up to the occasion. What do we do when we are knowledge seekers? We stress our brains, and so our brains become stronger. What do we do when we improve our well-being? Then we stress our existence, and we have a more youthful outlook. And this is the beauty. When we understand how that the stress, that kind of stress is building, and whether we are stressing it mentally, emotionally, or physically is irrelevant. It all follows the same rules. So we are exchanging energy. We are creating an energy flow. And this is what we are. We are universal functionaries. And what we're doing And this is my strong opinion. You have to ask yourself, why are we here? And we are here because of the interaction of the plasma field from the sun and the earth. And there's been a calling. There's a calling. This earth is hurting, and we are responsible. We have the capability of fixing it.
So if the soul comes in place and creates the physicality of the body, once all that's done, does it sort of sit back and say, now I've created you, I am a separate entity, you have the physicality and the soul of physicality. Does it intervene at all, or does the brain run the whole structure other than the interaction, let's say, of the emotions? Does the soul sit back even though it needs this structure to operate? It doesn't seem to intervene with the ability that it has to intervene, to correct things.
When we decide to tell the universe to shut up, then we've disconnected from our soul. Our soul will never do anything that violates the universal principles. It is because of this delay in consequences that we have a capability of doing anything stupid on this planet. And for whatever reason, we choose to do that because we have been told that there are certain rules. Okay, so, you know, it's not what you know, it's who you know kind of thing. And who cares anyway? We'll just sweep it under the carpet. You know, no one will know. Well, you know, you're somebody. And if you sweep it under the carpet, then you know. And the moment that you know, the rest of the universe knows. And this is why this type of mentality, if we go into outer space, you will be lonely because the universe knows what you're up to. The universe doesn't listen to your physicality or your emotionality. The universe listens to your soul, okay? Because that's how energy moves throughout the universe. So when you want to be a liar and deceitful and double cross, and you say, "Oh, you know, I'm getting away with it," you're not getting away with anything. What you're really doing is you're penalizing yourself. And so what you're doing is you're not only robbing energy from your neighbor, but you're actually robbing energy from yourself. And that is really the ultimate lesson. You cannot, just because you don't experience the consequences in a one-to-one relationship and you have a delay in consequences, doesn't mean there aren't any consequences. There are consequences. There are consequences all the time. And you know, when we have a solution for peace on earth, heaven on earth, it's confounding to understand why we keep grasping for the anchor, you know, that sinks us to the bottom, the old tried and true traditional methods of getting us nowhere fast. We have an opportunity to make this a really beautiful place. And, you know, as I say, bring peace on earth.
I can let you know a few things about that cow's milk.
That's
Go
the
ahead.
you mean the gans of the cow? I think
Well,
Mr. Keshe referred to milk as the gans of the cow.
that's true. But I'll tell you from personal experience, growing up on the farm, I drank a lot of cow's milk, but I also broke a lot of bones from riding motorcycles. And finally, the doctor looked at me and said, "How much milk do you drinking a day?" I says, "About 6 or 8 glasses." And of course, from the farm, we just make it, you know, no store-bought stuff. He said, "Stop the milk. Stop the milk," he said, "for 1 year and see how your bones progress." He said, "I don't want to see you anymore from all these broken bones from riding the motorcycle." So that's exactly what I did. And lo and behold, 1 year later, no more broken bones from riding bikes. Well, I learned how not to crash too, but I mean,
That helps.
that helps. Yes, that's true. But those are the days of no riding boots, no helmets, no nothing, just, you know, typical teenage and preteen kid just riding stuff and no brains. And maybe by that later on, my brain got the proper amount of calcium. I learned not how to crash. But I have found that when you look at the older people that, someone brought up here, or I think it was Alex, about when a person is older and they fall and they break their hip, the system doesn't last long after. Something happens. And I believe it has to do with the fact that no one figures out how important it is to talk to our body and listen to it. It'll give you all the signals of what's wrong and what to do. And listen to it. When your body needs rest, have rest. And I think this is the problem. We educate the people, we have to have breakfast at 8 and dinner at 12 and supper at 6, and you got to go to bed at whatever. Just do like the animals do. Sleep when you're tired and eat when you're hungry. And I think we'll live a longer life. I pass the talking stick back to you, Mark.
And Mr. Alex, Mr. Keshe looks at cancer cells in a different way than most. He looks at it as, I think, sort of the cells live longer. They're trying to mutate in a way. And I know cancers definitely can be created from emotions or environmental factors, but, and he does believe in the chemotherapy. The only thing is you're putting in too much energy into the body. And then, of course, the cells cannot go through the small holes in the bones and things to pick up what they need. And I think he's also offered the solution to the pharmaceutical companies, and they haven't really picked up on it.
So you've really touched on a very important point, Mark, because our physicality, the way we are structured with a head, 2 arms and 2 legs and no horns, is our interaction with this environment. Now, if we go to a different environment, then that field strength is going to be different, and the demands on that field strength are going to be different. So, will we be in the human form in that other environment? So I can't tell you at this point in time, because I don't know. But what I do know is that of the 7 billion people on this planet, we are all part of the same structure, but we're all unique. And so we all have a unique soul, and we all have a unique location. And then within that uniqueness, we have over 70 trillion cells in our body, and each of those cells is unique. So what we're seeing is within our body, and if you say, well, my body is going to have 2 arms and 2 legs. Well, what do you say to your kidney? Or what do you say to your liver? Are we kind of looking funny these days? Where's your arm and where's your leg? And then, we look at the other animals, like I say, the moose has horns. What about an amoeba? It's a single cell organism. It can move, it can digest. It must have a brain because it knows which way it's going. It knows which way is front, which way is back. What about a slug? Do you know which way a slug is going? Until it moves, you have no idea because the head and the tail look the same. How would you know if the slug is going backwards? And then, can the slug go backwards? These are all fascinations with nature, but it all boils down to this. Each one of those souls manifested on this planet with respect to their field strength. So we've manifested as humans. Dogs manifest as dogs, and dogs can't speak a language that we understand, but you can communicate with your dog. And that is the beauty. So that's the same with the universal community. We cannot communicate with the universal community with words because words are a man-made construct. The universal construct is a plasmatic energy, and it operates at a higher field strength. So if we are determined to depend on what we can see and what we can touch, and we understand that the plasmatic energy, we can't touch it and we can't see it, I love you. Yeah, really? How much? Well, I love you, Cadillac, or I love you 4 liters of gas. You can't measure that, and you can't grab onto it. What we do understand is that we can grab onto a battery, but we cannot grab the energy within that battery. A lot of us understand we can deplete the energy of the battery. And this is what it is. The way we deplete it in physicality, we do it with electricity, which is the low way to do it. In the plasma science, we do it with the plasma energy, which is at least 1.849 magnitude of orders of magnitude higher, which is a lot, okay? And this is what is now capable for each and every one of us, because we now have an awareness. And the worst part about it, when you have the awareness, is the responsibility comes with it. So why I keep harping on the same thing, each and every one of us can create the cup of life in our kitchens, in our garages. Each and every one of us has this capability right now. And if that is not your priority, then, you know, everyone makes a choice and you have the consequences to live with that. I hope I've answered your question, Mark.
So if we start employing the vision enhancement glasses and the butterflies and the air enhancement unit, we're going to be able to absorb more fields from the universe and more knowledge of the universe. Will we be able to understand more about our physicality? I know the soul of physicality will be elevated, as well as the soul of the man, which will probably mean less problems, let's say, in the physicality. But will we I'm thinking we're going to see all the different types of knowledge that we look at or we think we understand. We'll see a little bit clearer or a deeper understanding. I know he said it enhances the soul, the eye of the soul, to see through the eye of the soul more. So will we understand our own physicality more, as well as the soul of the man more?
Well, of course, Mark, because the two parts to your question, you know, ask yourself the hard question. Are you enjoying your physical presence on this planet?
Well,
And
I'm not unhappy with it, let's say.
you're not unhappy with your presence, but what about, you know, the situation on this planet?
Oh, yes, it's very frustrating, no question.
Right.
Physicality, you know, with the deceit and the betrayals and everything else that goes along with it. As Mr. Keshe says, he's played this game for long enough. And
Yeah, but we don't need that baggage. See, that's the point. We don't need it. That's baggage for nothing. Okay, so we have a capability of doing the other. So, you know, what is it that is holding us back from doing that? It is the physical and emotional satisfaction of being in the physical realm. Okay, so we have based our satisfaction on falsehoods. And if we can base our satisfaction on the plasmatic reality, then all of a sudden new vistas open up. And in our perception of the physical enjoyment, which I must confess, that's one of the things that, you know, I've had to look at,
of course,
in my own soul searching. I enjoy being on this planet. Okay, but if I'm forced off this planet for whatever reason, I can go to another planet, or I don't know, I may come back, or I may say, you know, hey, okay, you know, enough of that. But the thing is that there is a sense of purpose now. We understand that, you know, life isn't about getting up, going to work, coming home, and going to sleep. There's more. We're not demanding enough. Okay, we're accepting our schemes are too small. You know, right now we're looking at a situation. I mean, think about it. We have the solution in our hands how to get rid of this pandemic, and the government in Canada has become a laughingstock. We have probably the harshest lockdown conditions of any country around the world right now. which has now been extended as of this week into August. Can you believe that? You know, and yet people in China are walking around without any of these encumbrances. And, you know, we're totally blasé about that whole thing. You know, why is that? Why are we deciding to, shall we say, stick our heads in the ground and ignore the obvious? It gives you that warm and fuzzy feeling. You don't want to know the truth. Why not? The truth is so rewarding. It is so relaxing. It is so empowering and is so gratifying. And to know, you know, like I say, I learned about getting rid of cancer 30 years ago. I don't go to sleep worried about cancer. I don't go to sleep worried about diabetes. Nobody in my family worries about that. Okay. What we've accumulated over the years is a better understanding of how this works. And it all works through energy in motion, energy exchange. You have to decide what it is that you want to give your time and energy to. And all of us are here, you know, on a beautiful Sunday afternoon, on you know, a holiday weekend. This actually is the May 2-4 weekend in Canada, which is we don't need more excuses to get drunk, but it's always handy. And this is what people are preoccupied with. They're not preoccupied with the loss of personal freedom. I don't understand that. That's just ignorance. Okay. All of us have the capability of doing this, improving the quality of our life. The quality of our life is very important because not only does it give us physical and emotional satisfaction, but it extends to this planet, the sun, interaction with this planet, the solar system, and the universe. Okay? We are part and parcel of the whole thing. There is no participant-observer relationship here. We are part of the whole deal. Okay? So what we do, what we think, what we are, what we give our time and attention to matters all the time. So as plasma field energies are always repositioning, we do the same thing. So whatever we're doing today is repositioning something somewhere. And that's what makes this particular meeting so gratifying, because this is an international community. We have people from all over the world here who have given their time up to come here because it's what matters. They want to make a difference to their life, make a difference to their community, and they're trying to figure out how to do that. We're now being empowered more and more every day. We have the tools, and you know, for less than $10, you could have cups of life in your home and protect your home and spread the beautiful fields and connect with everybody around the world. What's wrong with that picture?
I'm thinking it's almost like when you have a job and you've been there for 10 or 15 years, you're quite comfortable, you have a position, you have a pension or some other things, the job is easy, you have people working for you, all you have to do is show up. And it's maybe by using these tools and equating it with a job, so you wouldn't go out and look for another job because you think it's the end all and be all of the whole thing. But as we start to use these tools, maybe it's going to give us that opportunity to say, hey, there is a better position over there, an easier position, a more elevated position. And these tools that Mr. Keshe is providing us, these gifts, will allow us to see that the change is not as bad as we once thought, and that the whole show won't be over. And that was just my thought. There's a few things in the chat. Maybe you'd like to read that, Alex. Stephen,
Yeah.
would you like to come in here at all? Or I think you've put a few things in there. Yes, we're learning quite a lot. As Mr. Keshe has told us, I think the gig is up, so to speak, where it's starting to come out where a lot of these things that we've been told are actually incorrect, and that the people have been subject to this emotionally damaging and damaging to the physicality with all the things from the lockdowns to the other things has been quite a storm, let's say, to your own emotions, which again, if the emotions go out of balance too far, then the disease starts to manifest. So I think the tools that we're getting are going to allow us to see things in a new dimension, in a way, besides going into a new dimension. And as I said, rather than take the vacation for $1,000 or a few $1,000s, it might be a very wise move to get a hold of some of these tools. But again, that's up to you. As he said, you can bring the child to the water, but you can't force them to drink, and he's not going to force anyone to do anything. And it's up to us to take those steps. Would anyone like to open their microphone? There's 48 reactors here, 48 knowledge seekers, 48 beautiful souls, besides the others that we are not aware of are here with us. You've silenced the crowd again, Alex.
Hello,
Go
Mark.
ahead, Stephen. Yes.
Yeah, no, I just I put in some information about the recent updates from the CDC and how they continue to manipulate the numbers now to support the gene therapies that they're selling as vaccines. And so it kind of goes into the history of how the nasal swab test it's never been a test for a virus. And although we've been saying this for over a year, the RT-PCR test was never designed as a diagnostic tool to identify viruses or infections. It's always been used by the medical industry to infer that someone with no symptoms was infected, or someone that had symptoms of something died and the infection was present. So this latest revelation from the CDC shows that how they've now changed the definition of cases, where we had your classic case of infection was someone that was seeking medical care or was getting treatments because they had some kind of medical issue. That was originally the definition of a medical case. But for this COVID-19, it was the definition was changed to anyone that had been tested with the RT-PCR and had a positive test result. And so even though they were completely asymptomatic, they had no issues, nothing, the case numbers, which we call a case-demic, was what was driving the pandemic in the beginning. So when you look at the data of the hospitalizations or the people actually being treated in hospitals, when the numbers were going down, but yet the cases were continuing to be raised, is because they were using this meaningless scientific test to support those numbers. And now they've come out and shown that to get more people to be less vaccine hesitant, that they have no longer a case is no longer someone that just tests positive and is asymptomatic. Now you actually have to have been, have symptoms. And then so for the vaccine patients, they are no longer going to be tested, even though, as a lot of people have seen, like with the Yankee baseball players or a lot of people are testing positive from COVID after having taken the vaccine, which doesn't make any sense because these are not attenuated vaccines of the past where you have an attenuated virus that's added to a serum that allows you to build antibodies. These are gene therapies that have no instance or no ingredient of the actual virus in the serum. So it's interesting to watch how they're now, to perpetuate the vaccine consumption, they're using this scientifically meaningless test to support the fact that the cases are coming down, which we're glad to see that the numbers are coming down and then less people are getting, but the whole manipulation of this whole pandemic has been through this meaningless scientific test, which also was the first identifier of this new novel virus, which is also disturbing too. And so they used it, and the test has been around for 30 years. It was originally tried to be used to identify HIV that caused AIDS. So they knew what they were doing when they used this manufacturing process to push the narrative. And you tell people about it, and it doesn't even in the packaging or the documentation from the manufacturer, it says not for diagnostic purposes. It does not determine SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19 infections. And it's just, how many times do we have to keep talking about this? But yet, the more we keep talking about it, at least it gives an opportunity for people to hopefully make better informed decisions. And that kind of helps relieve some of the fear. And
the big thing, Stephen, is as you can see by what I've been focusing on in terms of the classes, is that we have two purposes with the cups of life. And so the one has to deal directly with the pandemic. But what a lot of people are misunderstanding is that the cups of life are more than just that. This is where the beauty of the system has come in. So what we're trying to promote with respect to the understanding of the plasma science is that when each and every one of us can create this plasma field, this plasma field is working on a plasmatic basis, which is in a higher transcendental dimension in the range on this planet, much higher than what you were just describing. And this is what dominates. And so if we as plasma scientists, so we can make these cups of life within our homes and then join them up plasmatically through a communication on a soul basis, we can build up the peace dome. This is what is going to override in the long haul. When we look at the history and we find that we have little individual battles, and we find that this becomes very time consuming and tedious. Now we're looking at doing it all in one go. Can we teach everybody going through all these basic classes? No, all what we're trying to do is bring a nearness and proximity. I hope my internet is okay here. We're trying to bring a nearness and proximity so that there is a bridge between the advanced teachings that are coming from the Keshe Foundation and the knowledge that we've accumulated so far. We don't need to throw anything away. We have a basis of knowledge. We have some misinterpretation of knowledge that has to be corrected, and we are correcting that. And the way to do that is when we take theories are only good as long as they work. Once they don't work, doesn't matter how many times you prove them, you only have to disprove them once. And all of these theories on conventional health systems and everything have been disproved over and over again. But we keep rehashing, and we don't want to rehash anymore. What we're looking at is to understand how important the cups of life are within our life and introduce them into our environment. And this, particularly from a Canadian point of view, is extremely difficult. I think it is difficult in every country around the world when we look at the numbers. But as the plasma domes are building, this gets easier. And at some point in time, it just snaps over. The poles flip, and you wake up in the morning and say, hey, this is not working. We're not going to do this anymore. And we're going to do what it takes. And we have the capability now. And this is where the beauty is going to set in. We are on the verge of flipping that pole.
Alex, if I could ask you, I hope your internet stays up. The logo that you had with the moose, it seems like I'm seeing more than 4 legs. I see a second moose in the background. Yeah, now what's going on? Is that his partner or walking with him, or is it's green?
Well, don't you think a moose has, well, sure, they
lover.
live in the marsh. They live in the forest. You think, what do you think? A moose is going to walk down the driveway, your driveway? Well, actually, it has happened. It's pretty scary when that happens because you have to look up. But no, they.
Okay. I know
Everybody-
sometimes mooses will put some vegetation on their horns and things to make them look more intimidating, let's say, to an opponent.
Oh, they're not worried about being intimidated to anybody.
Yeah.
Are you kidding? You know how big these things are?
Yeah, they're huge structures. I know we had someone that actually hit a moose and died on the Merritt Parkway a couple of years ago. I don't know where it came from, New York State, and drifted down, and it wasn't even the largest moose. It was.
Well, I asked the question, why, what is the safest, if you're confronted with a moose, what's the safest spot to hit the moose? And he said that doesn't exist. The safest spot is to hit the ditch. And the thing about the moose is you don't hit the moose. The moose hits you from the side. And if he runs in front of your car and you knock its legs out, well, the horns come in and finish you off. It's I've seen 3 accidents in 1 week in my place here, so it's no joke. There's these but the thing is that they are not attacking creatures. They don't like us either. So they know enough to stay away from us. So yeah.
So the green is just vegetation on another moose.
Well, they're in the background. They're in the
Yeah, okay.
yeah.
Okay. I just thought so I could explain that if anyone asked me.
Even mooses have love.
Oh, for sure.
So, you know, anyway, it's an interesting conversation point, isn't it? Yes, sir.
Okay, is there anyone else who'd like to share something with us? I noticed, Dean, in the last workshop, if you're here, I think you are here, it seemed to break up for a few minutes, and that was the typical Mr. Keshe wasn't in the studio. And we missed a part of it, a few sentences, I think, there, and that was because he was from a remote location. He was traveling, I think, and otherwise, if it would have been in the studio, I would have thought that we'd have a clear, totally clear workshop. I don't know if you noticed that, and that's when he started to talk and was finishing up about the glasses and the butterflies and the air enhancement unit. Dean may not be close to his mic or unable to open it at this point.
Mark, hi, it's Dean. Sorry, I was in the background doing some things. I'm sure Mr. Keshe will explain if he's present those words if we need to hear them. Normally on the broadcast, if it's from the studio and I have a recording of it, if the recording that I have has those words included, obviously there will be an edit, so they will be included. But I think that particular case, Mr. Keshe was not present within the studio, so right. Maybe that is a an internet or a breakdown in the the communication. So whether we'll have those words or not, I don't know. As you know, with Mr. Keshe, this happens many, many times when Mr. Keshe speaks beautiful truths and certain knowledges. Sometimes the voice shallows out or we don't get the message. And as Mr. Keshe says many times, we maybe were not ready to receive the message. So
Right. God didn't want you to hear this.
Change. So that's all I can say on that at the moment. Thank you, Mark. One thing I would like to say is you talk about the cups. So I've been busy in the background, obviously with the TV station that's ongoing, and there's lots of work going on there and lots of wonderful projects in the making. I know that a lot of the knowledge seekers are supplying wonderful material. All the languages are coming up and producing wonderful pieces of work that will enhance and bring about a change for many souls who manage to get through and to receive this knowledge through the TV station. So when we can share these links and we can get this this knowledge out through the TV station and all the other channels as well. It's not just the TV station. All the wonderful channels that all you guys have been opening up and have spoken so many times through, and like today's teaching, Alex, that's a beautiful teaching, Alex. Thank you so much. Your knowledge is growing. I noticed, like we all do, when you start speaking this knowledge and you deliver it, as Mr. Keshe said many times, you receive more from the universe, and I can see your field strength is growing and growing, and you're becoming very powerful speaker of this knowledge, and I thank you for that. It's a beauty to be part of it. There's many other people here present that can speak this knowledge and deliver it as well, and it is between all the souls that are here and all of the knowledge seekers that are present around the world, we will get this knowledge out across through the TV stations and as I said, across all these platforms. And now is in this very moment, change is here, and we feel it, we know it, and we've all produced Ganses, we've all set our intentions. We know Mr. Keshe has many technologies that he's brought forward, the enhancement units, the air unit, the eye unit, all these applications, all these tools are going to bring about a very big change. And we all know that Mr. Keshe always said, when one government takes this knowledge and delivers it, then all the rest will have no choice. And we know that Mr. Keshe has openly said this, that there's at least 2 governments now that have taken this knowledge and are starting to bring it forward. So that means they're bringing it forward to their nations, to their people, to the souls present. And that soul elevation and that knowledge and that plasma will be present within those souls. And then as that field strength gathers, the next nation to them will wonder why and want to know, what is this? How do we get it? And why do we not have it? And so it will keep building. And the process has started, and Mr. Keshe said, once it starts, there is no going back. The plasma is present across the planet. And thanks to you, beautiful people, and all the souls present, the knowledge is there, and it will be in totality, not only across the planet, but out through to the universe, to the unicos, and all the souls that are present with us always, listening to every word and every thought and intention that we perceive and we give out. So thank you, Alex. Thank you, Mark. Sorry, I elaborated a little bit more than I was going to. I was also going to say very quickly, just to finish on, that so I've completed the 5 stacker systems, 3 of them. So I will put lots of intentions into those, and like many people, many knowledge seekers that have made the stacker systems, I will start using those plasma waters with the intentions of bringing peace to the planet. So using it not just to bring peace to myself, but to as many souls as I possibly can share these plasma waters and my experiences with. So I will bring that forward in the times to follow. So thank you, Mr. Keshe, for the beauty of all the knowledge and everything you've done for humanity. It's quite astounding. And I was just thinking, when I was looking at the stats, well, not the stats, I was just looking at the people present. And I saw there was like 47, 48 souls, physical, you know, people that are listening here right in this very moment. And I had a thought that went through my conscious mind. There should be 47 million more. I mean, this knowledge is, and there will be in the moments to follow. But we are talking such precious, beautiful knowledge. And it's not out there. As Alex has said, there's not enough teachers. We need to get this out through the TV stations. We need to bring this knowledge forward. It's time. The moment is now. Okay, thank you for listening. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Dean. And whoever thought you'd have a television station dropped in your lap? I know we talked about that in a way when you were in Linz and
That's
you were
so
doing
true.
some on the spot reporting there, and I just had that feeling that you were going to be the first sort of plasma television reporter in a way. So it's manifesting.
It does quickly, but you have with Mr. Keshe and the beauty of what he brings forward. If you ask for a little and it's given freely, you'll receive a lot. So you have to be precise and with your intentions and what you can build from little seeds, beautiful creations bloom. And we have a new creation, a new baby that's been born here, and we need to nurture it and feed it, and it will bloom for humanity and for all of us, all the souls present. And that's why we're here. And it's the most important thing. We're here as a soul to give to the other souls unconditionally, so that they receive the energy that they require to elevate, to bring about the beauty within the creation. So that's why I'm here, and I'm sure many of you will feel the same. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Dean. And as far as the 47 million or 400 million or billions, they've been deprived of this knowledge, and that's why they're not here. I think so many more people, once they can get a sense of this or a whiff of this knowledge, they're going to start responding and reacting and interacting with the foundation. But no one in their whole history, no one can open this knowledge to you unless they understand a little bit about it. So we can ponder it and we can try to tell other people. And if you're not a knowledge seeker, you'll have no idea. As Mr. Keshe said, you'll be wandering through the deserts or wherever, just trying to go through life with no understanding, or just the understanding that you've gotten, you know, from the typical television or schools or universities, and just totally blinded to the knowledge. So you're in a beautiful position, Dean, and I want to thank you for all your hard work. I know you've put in a tremendous amount of hard work and effort to try to get this thing up. And I know it's rather new for you, you said, understanding all these systems. But this network, this television station, once it gets fully functional, will bring in so many people just to start investigating the knowledge for themselves.
I want to thank you also, Dean. And I was just wondering, is there a logo that I could add to this list here?
There will be a, let me see. I'm sure there'll be many to follow, Alex. Yeah, I'm sure there will be.
Yeah, like
Many,
40
many.
of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll make the space.
Yes. Yeah, it's
just
going to be one. Carry on.
Just send it over to Mark when you have it, and
Okay.
I'd like to have a little fun too, eh?
I will send you my picture, normal.
Yes, yours too, Jalal.
Well, Jalal's picture will be a picture of a coffee cup half empty.
It will be in the monkey brain picture.
No, you've got to leave that one out now, Jalal. No more monkey brain. No, you've got to let that go. All of us got to let that one go.
If Mr. Cash listening, can I ask a question, please, Mr. Cash? It's about the last what we hear that the about the nuclear deal. They achieve agreement.
I thought I saw the same thing, Jalal, where they said they'd be wrapping up something this week or last week, that they had reached the point that they wanted to reach. And whether it's this week or next week or the week after, it's all going to come to pass.
I think they achieved agreement between them. It's not in the news, but somewhere from the background, I heard it.
It was supposed to be May 22nd.
May 20. Yeah, I no. Yeah. I think like this. 20.
But I haven't heard any announcement.
And the first two nations are obviously China and Iran. I think those are the first two nations, right, to get on board, and then the other ones will start to come along. And it's almost, I was thinking of Gianni and all the gardening and the farmers looking at what he's growing and the way he's growing different things, and they're looking over there and they're saying, well, gee, I got the same soil as you. How can you create such beautiful plants and they look so healthy and all this? So I think the nations will be looking to the other nations, if they don't get on board rather quickly, of how they're advancing so quickly into the space technology and into these other technologies for health, energy, and agriculture. So we just encourage all the nations to, it is time, and you will be left on the donkey if you don't come forward. And of course, all your nationals may too as well, although they may move around the planet and go to a place where they can be taught about this knowledge.
Marcus, Dean again here. So I think the moment that as a soul, as Mr. Keshe said as well, whether you want to travel by donkey, spaceship, or by soul travel, however it is for you. But when we can come to a position where where I can visit you, Mark, as Mrs. Keshe said, how many people do you want on the White House lawns? When you can literally
go to Mars for coffee and back.
Yeah, precisely.
Does that sound okay?
Everything changes. Everything's going to change, and this it's a reality that's going to manifest very quickly. There is no way of putting the genie back in the box. It's already opened. It's out there, and it's just the right moment, and the presence of being ready, allowing it to be. And I know that we're all a lot of the people that have been around the foundation and a lot of the knowledge seekers have been in the background working away, doing their Ganses and doing their devices and making many beautiful things. Have stayed in the background and not brought them forward. But I'm sure once one technology is really shown, then many more will step forward, and we will see the full beauty of this technology. I know Mr. Keshe has mentioned about Howie and many others about all sorts of the technology that he's brought forward that is being signed up and used in the background. So it's already being used in phones and will be brought forward in many different applications. And as soon as the enhancement units are released in the cities, I know in London and many other cities, once they're released into these cities, it's going to make a huge difference. Because once a group of people, a group of souls experience this for real, it's going to change. It will spread very, very rapidly then. The plasma will literally be very active and dynamic very, very quickly. Once a very small proportion of the population experiences the true effect of plasma, not only on their physicality, but on the elevation of their soul. And I think I've been part of this for a very long time, and for me, it's a joyous, exhilarating, and monumentous moment to be present with each and every one of you, and particularly with all the souls that I know are having a party, are ready for it. I'm very aware. So thank you all. Thank you.
And as we heard, the butterfly is priceless, but if he was to put a number on the other two tools, he was talking 15 million. So there is a huge sale going on right now at the Keshe Foundation store, where for about $1,500, you can pick up quite a large amount of, let's say, advanced technology. Although you may not be able to understand it, you can just follow the procedures in the manual and how to use these things. And as he said, like with your cell phone, you don't have to understand all the workings of it to be able to use it. So there's a huge sale going on right now at the Keshe Foundation store.
Yeah, well said, Mark. Well said. That's very true. This knowledge is, the technology is there. Once society and the populace wake up to it and are really shown it, these devices and tools and this technology will become, well, exponentially more financially rewarding if you need it in those terms. I mean, I know some souls still need this financial system, and we have no option but to work within it. But it will enhance and change everything in our lives. It will, as Mr. Keshe said, it will touch every single soul on this planet and beyond. It's already touched all the universal community. They're all aware of it, and the ones that are present with us are gently guiding us and helping us to extend the knowledge and bring it forward. And I think we're in that position where, as it's always been, it's there. It's up to us as a soul to allow it. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Dean. Well said. Anyone else would like to come in? So I was looking for some pictures of some satellites to put into the video. I'm trying to add some pictures to. Does NASA allow us to use their images royalty-free or copyright-free? I would think they would, since they're a governmental department in a way. So if we find any pictures on the NASA website, would they, maybe Dean, you would know, are they able to be used? And I know you're from London, and the rules are probably different there. But I thought NASA could be quite a source, since it's funded by the government and by the taxpayers there, that the images that they provide would be royalty-free and copyright-free. Does anyone know?
Mark, I can't say for sure that I know that, whether they are or not, but I would, as a space agency, I mean, I'm just talking as a layman here, but I would imagine many people have used them in many different applications and presentations. And I've never seen anybody that's received any response from NASA saying they can't use them. So is NASA, is it JPL or something, whatever it is? Those images are out for the whole of humanity to use. But again, we would need to check that. But It's universal knowledge, and it's that's knowledge for the man that they've NASA have always brought forward a position where they want to show humanity a certain reality. So and they show it openly. So so those images, I take it, are part of the package that anybody should be able to use. As I said, we may need to check that out.
Leanna said probably okay to use if credit is given. I know we need to acknowledge people who we've used their images or who've done work there on in the credits part of any of the videos that we're making. I know Neil had stressed the credits are important.
They're vitally important. If you go from somewhere like a very big agency like NASA or any big corporation, they, for obvious reasons, sometimes they want these images or the work they do to be present in society for whatever reason. But as an individual, as a small company or an individual, an artist, just getting a credit by giving your work and having a credit reaches across to many different applications and souls, and so it's very useful if you are a musician, a photographer, or whatever. That's your livelihood, and for some people, it's like any profession. When you do something all the time, whatever it is, there's always a lot more work that goes into it than many people understand. And so when you just take an image or a piece of video from the internet or something and just share it, you think it's very harmless, but in reality, there's been a lot of work in the background for that person to produce the work, and it's no different to taking energy that is not there to be taken. So if everything is an energy transfer, if it's freely given, then so be it. It's an energy transfer that is there for all to have. But if there's a cost involved, even though we're talking on a plasma level, but if we're also talking on a matter state, capital M matter state level as well, there are costs involved in these particular moments, and people have to make a livelihood of what they do. So this is part of it. So from a huge organization to one person, just a small credit or something to say that thank you very much for giving me the permission to use this, a name and something can be beautiful, and it spreads the field strength of that person who has donated their time and effort and energy for you to use a resource.
And I see Randy has put into the chat here, NASA government/image use policy, as well as media guidelines in the above link. So I think I'm going to click on one of those now and bookmark it for later. Thank you, Randy.
You're welcome.
I'm just reading the International Atomic Energy Agency's Twitter tweet from, it says 13 hours ago, but the actual article is the 6th of May. We've been thanked by the Fukushima Prefecture for the support we've provided them in 1, radiation monitoring, 2, decontamination and managing radioactive waste arising from such activities, and 3, information dissemination in technical areas. Interesting.
Hello, James Veenster here.
Yes, go right ahead, James. Can you turn your mic? Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, I was wondering if there's any updated instructions on the Kappa suite. I know Mr. Keshe has mentioned it a few times in the KSWs, but I was wondering if there had been anything compiled.
Well, we can, Jacko is using that cup right now. I wonder if he'd like to share anything more if he's still with us. There are instructions, I think, provided.
Yeah, but it just says fill the cups, wait for 30 minutes and drink. You know, and I know a couple of, Creek 78, he said, put cup 1 and cup 2 by the kidneys and then drink, and may have been others before that. I don't know if there's any problems with using cup of life and the cup of sweet at the same time or stuff like that. I'm just not getting the results of cup of sweet that I would like.
Jacko?
Well, for me, yes. Hello, ciao. This is Jacko from Switzerland. It is the instructions leave a lot of space to interpret how you want to use it. For me, I use it all the 3 cups and I spread it over the day. I always take the light blue cup in the morning and the dark blue cup in the noon, and then the green one for the evening. And I always drink 1 cup more or less and use the next one to wash. The instruction says the kidney should be washed from the front side and the back side. So with this change of the cups during the day, I really feel in the body that something's going on, something changes. And yeah, the pressure values are much better. My sugar values, I have to wait till next check with the doctor, but I feel that something's changing and something's really working. So maybe this helps you a little bit.
Yeah, it helps. Right now, my daily sugar levels are staying about the same. But I know that I'm eating less. I'm probably saved in 3 weeks what the cost of the cup cost. So I may just continue with that and reduce my overall carb consumption and be happy with that.
Does that mean your weight has changed as well?
I haven't weighed. I don't think it has.
And I know one of the instructions I think I remember Mr. Keshe saying is you didn't want another person touching your cup or to use your cup.
Or an animal.
You're aware of that as well? Okay.
Yes. I also remember him mention about a lady that had her cat drinking out of it and she got bad results. So I've been protecting my cats from drinking out of my cups. It seems funny, but it works. Okay, well, maybe I'm gonna get in touch with Mr. Keshe on Thursday and he can clarify it a bit, or we'll wait for the updated instructions to hit.
Hi, Guy. Hi, Guy. My name is Adrian. I'm from Romania. And I'm a little problem with Alexander Schwerik. Alexander, do you want to give your lesson to present Teir, a Romanian group from Salomea, please?
Do you want Alex to do what?
Alexander, give your lesson from Salomea, and Teir, Salomea present your lesson in Romanian group.
This is Adrian. Hello, Adrian.
Yes.
Yes. If it's part of the Romanian team, we can talk about that. I'd be we can look at something. I'm almost finished with the Italian group, and
okay.
I might be able to arrange something for say Monday afternoons, but it's something that can we talk about that separately then, please?
Okay, I understand. Okay. Please talk with Salomea from this problem. It's very important from Romanian group because your relation is very okay and understanding plasma from all people. You understand?
Well, thank you very much for that. I know that the Romanian group is very, very knowledgeable and very well organized. And so, you know, I just want to be able to be in a position to add to that.
Yes, yes, you are right. You are right. But an Romanian group is very, very, very knowledge. I don't know and understand plasma. And these people are need from your relation.
Are you involved with the scientific meeting?
I don't understand.
May I help you with translation? Yes. I can translate. Please, Adrian, I can translate.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, what I'm wondering is if you're involved with the scientific meeting coming up.
The July conference.
Te întreabă dacă ai pregătești conferința din iulie.
Nu pot să spun că pregătesc eu conferința din iulie și nimeni care spune până acum că știe că pregătește conferința din iulie nu este cel capabil care să spună că a pregătit-o. Vom afla atunci cine pregătește conferința din iulie.
He said that no one is able to say that is directly involved. Everybody helps, and you will see in July the result. We can talk something.
Și chiar dacă ar fi cineva dintre noi care pregătește conferința din July, nu trebuie să o spună.
And we can talk about this subject now.
Okay, perfect. So
it's confidential.
Okay, so there's something that we can organize within the next 2 weeks then.
The problem, Alexander, the problem in this moment is not conference from July. In this moment is your relation. Your relation from Salome.
He's asking you the permission to utilize your classes, your lessons, and to multiply them in Romania for newcomers and also old people, because they asked me to help them to teach, because I am a teacher. And I can explain what I learned from you at their level of understanding and at my level of understanding.
Thank you, Alexander, for this.
Okay, thank you, Adrian. Well, let's discuss with the executive on how to do this, because my teachings are a gift to the foundation, so I'm just working for the foundation exclusively. Okay, so we'll pick up this conversation. I'll ask to see what the proper course of action is.
Okay, I contact you from private channel from this problem. Because Romanian people help and understand from your knowledge. Thank you.
One more question. So your group is then in charge of the KFTV for Romania?
this problem is a little delicate because Keshe Foundation TV Romanian is a group working independent, not working with Romanian people.
Okay, I'm not a politician, so this is why I'll have to ask for guidance on this. So
Okay.
I'm open to it. That's not a problem that way, but I'm with the Keshe Foundation. I don't work for private enterprise.
I am member of this team, and I already wrote and create 6 how do you call support for TV, and I sent. I am part of this team, and I help them.
Perfect. And
For
then
Keshe, yes, just to answer to your question.
Alexander, my problem for you is your relation from plasma. Your relation is very important. Your relation is very good placement from this moment. I am need from your acceptation and your relation from people Romanian.
I
Thank you.
I understand, you know, your request, and so we just have to do a little preparation in advance because I'm doing this and with a larger scheme in mind. So
I can help you, Alex. I can help you with translation, and if you need some help, just ask our team and we will help you.
well, that's what I'm asking for, is as I'm looking for the Keshe team. So all right, we'll work on this this week and then see if we can come up with a solution. Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your request and your kind comments. Really appreciate that.
Thank you, Alex, for your understand. Thank you.
Pleasure.
So Alex isn't a politician, but he is an international scientist and statesman, as he's been opening up the plasma in Mexico and Italy and Brazil and the United States, and now perhaps Romania as well, plus all the people that listen to this program. So thank you very much, Alex, for opening up your plasma.
Well, Mark, you know that you're the one who is leading the pack in North America here. So I owe you a lot of gratitude for making this.
You're being modest.
Possible.
Thank you. All right, anyone else would like to come in here? We do have 50 reactors moving and interacting, both on with the soul of physicality as well as the soul of the man. Sometimes we don't know what the soul of the man is doing, but it is interacting in many different aspects that we are unaware of. But I think over time, we're going to be getting a little closer touch with our soul, a much closer touch with our soul. To the uneasiness between the souls may come into balance more. They each have their own life and they each are a soul, but yet they have this sort of working relationship with one another. And maybe the tools that Mr. Keshe is offering us will help to balance this position between the two souls so that they can even work closer together.
Hello, Mark and Alex. It's Gail from South Africa. I'm just asking Alex a question. I'm hearing you say that calcium, alkalinity for calcium is very good. And my other understanding is that extremes are really the problem. So because it's order of magnitude, is it 7.2 or 7.4 that we should have for our alkalinity, for our pH?
Thank you for your question, Gail. The 7.46 is the normal healthy blood serum pH, but most people, and that includes the hospitals, they don't check for that. That's a different kind of checking. What they do, that is not part of the normal hematology tests that they do. But 7.2 would be considered very dangerous to your health. A point 0.0, no, 7.4 says 0.01 is no, yeah, 0.01, excuse me, 1/100th is a significant move. But you have to understand that throughout the whole day, you're going acidic, alkaline, back and forth. And so this is determining the energy flow. And, when you look at the toxicity of the environment, plus the toxicity that is created through your own mental state, then you can see how radically the pH could be altered. And extended periods of this can be very deleterious to your health. So what you're trying to do is to maintain this balance. So we find that if we're not in a healthy state, then this creation of the calcium becomes manifest in areas where it doesn't belong. So it can cause things like arthritis. But if it's in areas where it does belong, which it does in our muscles, in our cells, in our bones, and in our brain, and all this stuff, this all happens normally with respect to our normal physiology. The point where we monitor what's going on with the pH is totally irrelevant, because we don't have the skill and the capability to do this. We can't do it fast enough. So it all becomes very important to have good thoughts, because the mind is the builder, and the mind should be the extension of the soul. So the soul never lies, and it's when we have a conflict with our physicality, with our soul, that this is very bad for our health. And a lot of us have this conflict without even really being aware of it, and it contributes to our poor health. So we're looking for balance. We're always seeking balance, and this is the part about the plasma science, is the positioning always between the magnetical gravitational field forces. And so we're interacting all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, every minute, every second of every day. We're doing that because we have trillions of cells in our body, and they all have to respond. And they're all basically responding to the overall condition of the body. The thing about the calcium, it has a pH of 10, which is extremely alkaline, beyond the drinking water range, which generally ends up, say between 7 and 9.5 would be extreme also. So, but an average pH range, 7.5 to 8, is perfectly fine, as long as it's, trying to maintain the balance. But don't look at the chemical balance. It has to be a plasmatic balance. So you're looking at the energy exchange, and this is one of the unique affinities of water. It has an affinity to give and take energy, just like GANS does. So when we find that if we have the water in the plasma reactor with the GANS, that the water has a higher energy. If we remove the water from the GANS reactor, we find that it has a lower energy. And this is only natural, because the water itself is a physical state. We know that the GANS is in a physical state, but it has a special capability of transcending the physical to the plasmatic. This is a special characteristic of the GANS. And from there, we can actually go directly into the plasmatic. The difference is, directly in the plasmatic, non-physical, non-visible. In the GANS, we have physical GANS, and we have a visible GANS. But as you can see, we can create a hole in the GANs. This is a plasmatic reaction. So it is this special characteristic which is opening up the door to the plasma science. So where we start to dictate the terms of our health is where we fall off the cliff. Okay, we don't have the skill to determine this. We don't have the knowledge to determine this. We are in the process where we believe there's a one-to-one relationship of what we eat to whether, you know, we're alkaline or whatever. So would you eat a, you know, a bag of dirt, or some people, they take calcium supplements assuming that they're going to help. Really? No, because the calcium is not water soluble. That's the key. So we have gas, we have liquid, and we have solid. And the calcium can come in all three of those field strengths. And the reason for that is because it is all physically manifest from the plasmatic reality. Excellent question. Thanks, Gabe.
This is Earl. I have a question. I have my containers with cans water stored on top of a metal.
You're going to have to come a little closer to your microphone. You faded.
Okay, I have my containers with cup 1 and cup 2 Gans water sitting on top of a metal file cabinet. Is that a problem because it's on steel?
Yes, it is. That steel is a high gravitational point, and it is energy depleting. I have personally tried to, and especially with cup number 2, I've tried to get GANs production by putting the cup on a wooden shelf and on a metal shelf, and there's just no comparison in productivity. So the fact of the matter is that the wood is organic, and the GANs is organic as well. So it just makes sense that those go together. You could put a wooden cutter plate, and you know, for
Cutting board.
a cutting board, yeah. And you could put that in, and that would help as well. But yeah, although the plasma doesn't see the metal, what you're doing is, in the creation of the GANs, you're at that critical transition point. So it does have kind of an effect. But like once you created the GANs, it doesn't even see the metal. So that becomes kind of different. So yeah.
So just the storage of the water from which I take my daily amount, that would not be a problem on top of the metal? Just only during production?
Yeah, during production, it would have a bigger impact. But either way, I wouldn't want to put it on the metal anyway. It just that we have a lot of electromagnetic interference, and you know, a lot of energy that's going through the environment. So anything that you can do to make that better. I just my reactor's been operating since April 2017, and I've just made sure that I have wooden plates in between any stand that I have, and it's been working famously well. So I'm very, very happy with that.
Thank you.
It's not a big deal. It's just you catch one at the dollar store and put it underneath there, and it would help. It would help tremendously. You understand also, like when we're spraying inside the house, usually the drywall or the paint or the wallpaper if we spray that with the plasma water, it helps with the environment in the house. And this is one of the real beauties of it, and especially it's really great. In my house, I have a lot of wood paneling, and if you spray the wood paneling, it really makes a huge difference. So like what I've done is I've sprayed all my wainscoting and my baseboards and stuff like that, and then I put a little plasma reactor in the middle, and I've seen results, improvements in the environment, and in fact, we all sleep better, so that makes a big difference as well. It is not as sophisticated as the new systems that are coming down the pipe, but it is an improvement. So I'm sure you're doing great, Irmgard.
Thank you.
Thanks for your question. Great question.
And Alex, I'm sorry, my line got cut off. I want to say thank you for your answer. And what happens when you use plastic to sit your cups on? You know, the PP, the polypropylene, I think polypropylethylene or whatever.
Well, the plastics have a carbon content in it, so it's okay. It's not a problem that way. I think glass is better, but the big problem really comes down to what the plastic is made from. So does the plastic actually leach, and some contaminations. But as far as energy concerned, no problem.
Yeah. Okay. And when you say carbon, okay, I use glasses, real glasses, but I'm saying if I sit them on top of containers that are I think it's number 5 PEP that Mr. Keshe was using before.
Yeah, it's fine. Should be no problem.
All right. So I don't have to go out and buy a bunch of cutting boards. That's good. They're expensive over here.
Seriously?
Oh, very expensive. Well, for us, 150, and the ones that are cheap, then you wouldn't want to buy them because it's probably not good for you. So yeah, you have to be careful.
I understand. Just do whatever feels natural and feels right. If you're sensitive to the energy flow, you will determine the answer all on your own.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and as I was trying to say before, I didn't realize my line wasn't working. I don't spray anything outside my house, and everything is growing like giant plants, twice their normal size, sometimes 3 times their normal size. So it seems that I have a lot of fields from the GANs.
Exactly, and that's the part that we have to come to an understanding. We had a discussion a couple of weeks ago in the Spanish team. How far does the GANs travel? Well, there really isn't a limit on that. So a lot has to do with how much momentum it would have through the cooperation of all the plasma beings together. If we can all, shall we say, get on the same channel, the field forces will really be strong.
I have one set on the floor, and then more than a meter, about 1.5 meters up on the, I guess you could say like maybe a half a meter. No, it would be almost 1 meter up, and then the other one is about 3/4 meter. So, and they're far from each other. One of them is far from each other. So there's a gradient there. And
there you go. Yep.
Yeah. So I think there must be something happening here. It's unreal and not.
Yeah, and not only that, but you're using the terminology in the right context.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alex, for all your help. And we've been listening to your voice, and we're going to send you lots and lots of healthy energy from our souls, okay? So
That-
you can finish.
That's a deal. I appreciate that. For the other members in the audience who don't understand your problems there are internet problems, there are connectivity problems, and Gail has been, correct me if I'm wrong, but she has had to really go to extremes to remain connected. I'm talking
Oh,
about driving miles to a Wi-Fi
yes.
site or something like that. Is that true?
Yes, I do. I do have to do that. And also electricity, they do our load shedding and you don't even know anymore when it's going to happen. You end up throwing out food. It's kind of a little bit of a nightmare, actually. It's almost as if it's intentional to make you, toe the line kind of thing. And yeah, the electricity is a real big, serious problem. So now I have a little battery bank. And if I have to, I go to the mall, and that's about what 40, 50 kilometers away, and takes 4 taxis and 4 to go and 4 to come back. Yeah, it can be quite a problem.
Welcome to
So,
the 21st century.
yeah, thank you.
Modern society.
Yeah, it's so down.
Alexander, hello. I'm me from Romania, Adrian.
Yes, sir.
I have a new knowledge of energy. I have only a picture, if it's possible, with you. I'm talk from this picture next week with you. Is possible?
Yes, sure. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just
Pleasure.
a moment, just a moment. We'll stop water sharing. Okay, thank you.
We see your screen.
Okay, just a moment. Where is my my share? Where is my share? Where is my share? Just a moment, please. Ah, he's not here. He's not here. What is? Ah, he's here.
Okay.
Okay. Am I coming? Am I coming? Share screen. Look here. You are in this picture an capacitor, plasma capacitor, with this capacity, 102 microfarad. It's crazy. This condensator is working, is in the ability from working in plasma, and this capacitor I want to speak you next week, because in this capacitor is a little problem with medium, with time. It is little problem from this, but it is working in this capacity. Is capacity from plasma capacitor. I'm thank you from Romanian group from this work, because from this capacitor Romanian group working is this in this moment real. Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Adrian,
I was going to ask you, did you understand? Maybe Solomia or Dan could help.
no, it's just that it's a little bit beyond what I've been working on. I know that the Romanian team has phenomenal capabilities and working in that regard. So I have gone into the plasma side, like trying to go beyond the GANs field. So I have been working with these capacitors and things like that.
Did you understand? Ai înțeles, Adrian? May I translate for you? Can I?
Yes, please.
Yes. Domnul Alex Scoric spune că dânsul se ocupă mai mult de cupele vieții și mai puțin de ce ai făcut tu.
Da, dar
Da,
este,
și că îl depășește ca
vreau să
știe
spun
că
ceva.
da.
Vreau să spun ceva pentru toată lumea. Este normal ca pe această lume să existe, măcar din echipa românească, oameni care se ocupe de partea de energie.
He said that it is necessary to have a team which is interested in energy side of plasma science.
Noi, echipa românească, am reușit să înțelegem cum să ducem din fizicalitate în plasmă și să ducem din plasmă în fizicalitate.
In Romania, our team achieved to transmute energy from and convert energy from plasma to matter with small m, and from a small m matter to plasma.
Și dacă nu ați înțeles, învățăm și pe voi.
And if you don't know how to do, we will share with you this information. Maybe will be helpful for other teams, and they will start also to research on this area.
Nouă ne-a luat 5 ani până să înțelegem aceste lucruri.
For our team took so long, 5 years to understand. So it's not so easy. It wasn't easy for us. But we are happy that we achieved now and we understood, and we'd like to share with you.
De-aia eu unul și cu echipa mea întotdeauna am spus că vă iubim pe toți și vă vom iubi în continuare, orice s-ar întâmpla, pentru că noi trebuie să fim o singură echipă mondială.
And we are happy to share with you because we love all of you. We are one international team, global team, and we have to share everything together to be as one family, because we love each other and we have to help each other.
You understand, Alexander and Otter? Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you understood what Salomea translate and what I said. Thank you very much.
Yes, definitely. Thank you very much. There are other teams that are more involved with the technical aspect of it, and so this is why I'm just wondering, you know, if I'm in the proper position to discuss that. But you're asking to bring that to the meeting next week?
Yes, he said that he would like to have the input of other people involved here,
yes,
and to share with the community. If it's possible, he asked your permission.
I don't see any problem with that. Do you agree, Mark?
Yes. I think you should feel fortunate that they're willing to share with you what they've discovered or what they'd like to show to the other communities. And even though you're working more in the plasma rather than the physical end of it, I think that would be very fine. Thank you, Adrian.
Da.
Thank you,
Ai
Adrian.
înțeles, Adrian, da?
Am
Spune că
înțeles, am înțeles.
dacă sunt norocoși că tu dorești să împărtășești cu ei așa ceva și se bucură. Așteaptă, Marc, da.
Vedeți voi, nimeni n-a înțeles cum funcționează un condensator plasmatic.
He will be happy to share with you the understanding of functioning of a plasmatic capacitator. Capacitator? Is correct what I'm saying?
Da, yes, corect.
Capacitor.
Capacitor, yes, capacitor.
Yes, corect. Un condensator plasmatic se duce în fizicalitate, trage din fizicalitate, se duce în plasmă și lasă ceva acolo.
A capacitor works in physicality and takes something from the physicality and he convert this at the interaction with plasma when he goes there in plasma and leave something from the physicality there in the plasmatic level. But converted.
Și după ce lasă o amprentă acolo, culege multitudinea aia de electroni mici care e lăsat acolo ca și amprentă, care este doar unul singur.
And he leave there a blueprint, imprint. I don't know how you call in English imprenta. Dan, can you help me? Imprenta is blueprint?
Nu.
Nu.
It's not blueprint.
Se spune amprentă în engleză?
Își lasă urma acolo. Așa se spune, își lasă urma.
Mm-hmm. And this electron leaves there his imprint.
Ok. Amprenta pe care o să acolo valorează din fizicalitate un electron, în plasmă 1.000.000 de electroni.
So one electron from physicality is equivalent with 10 to 9 how do you say in English? So 1 million electrons.
Acești electroni
10 to 9.
Acești electroni care sunt acolo sub formă de milioni se întorc înapoi sub formă de milioni.
So this one electron traveled there and he come back with 1.000.000 plasmatic electrons.
Care se manifestă în fizicalitate.
Which will be converted and will be manifested in physicality, in small matter.
Aceste lucruri o să demonstrăm în perioada următoare și să învățăm pe toți cum să vă faceți energia acasă de cât aveți nevoie, cei care pricepeți.
And will help you to do yourself this at home and to have as much energy as you like at your home.
Yes,
not as much, but how is possible? It is possible with this capacitor.
Este atât de simplu încât nu vă vine să credeți.
It's so easy and you can't believe it how easy it is to do it.
Avem sisteme care funcționează deja 20 de kW, 40 de kW.
We have system which works at 20 kW, 40 kW.
Care nu fac altceva decât să respecte ceea ce ne-a învățat domnul Keshe.
And this system respect what we learned from Mr. Keshe.
Dar să o luăm cu răbdare, cu înțelegere și vom învăța toți ceea ce avem toți de aici o să învățăm ceea ce avem de făcut.
But if we want, we can learn step by step, and it is not so difficult because we will share and we will teach you how to do.
Știți, am două fete.
You know, I have two daughters.
Care îmi spun: ce faci, tata? Te pregătești de apocalipsă?
What you do, Papa, Father? You are preparing for apocalypse?
Și eu le spun
Armageddon.
nu. Eu le spun nu, mă pregătesc de ce este normal să fie.
No, I am preparing for what is normal in the future for humanity.
Și aceste lucruri trebuie să le învățăm toți care suntem prezenți aici, pentru că de-aia suntem aici.
And this works, what we did, our team, we will share with you because it's important for our science to be shared at international level and to help humanity. This is our aim, to do this for humanity and for ourselves.
Vă mulțumesc că m-ați îngăduit și m-ați ascultat.
And thank you for your kindness and that you had time to listen me.
Și v-am spus punctul meu de vedere. Mulțumesc frumos.
And I said my point of view. Thank you very much.
Could I ask Adrian if he's a private student of the Keshe Foundation?
Ești student, Adrian?
Am fost anul trecut, anul acesta nu am fost.
Last year he was, but this year he stopped.
Because we have a research group number 3, which is to develop a plasmatic capacitor and battery and replicate the self-charging flashlight.
Pentru că există în grupul numărul 3 de cercetare un proiect prin care să facă un cum se numește ăsta, ce faceți voi în românește? Capacitor. Un condensator, așa.
Noi am făcut acest condensator de aproape un an de zile.
Yes, it's a long time. We start to work from 1 year ago.
Echipa românească are un lucru început și neterminat cu domnul Keshe.
And we start to work something else with Mr. Keshe, and we didn't achieve yet to finish it.
Dar ține de organizarea internă a echipei românești.
And this is our concern. We have to organize better our team.
Domnul Keshe, când va vrea să ducă mai departe ce a început, o să ducă mai departe.
Depends also on wishes of Mr. Keshe. If he wish to achieve this, we will achieve. It's also at the wish level.
Și ca să-ți mai spun ceva, Dan,
and I would like to say to Dean something.
Câmpurile longitudinale, interacțiunea lor, modul lor de manifestare, este o cercetare care se face de aproape 4 ani în grupul românesc.
Yes, we are concerned with longitudinal type of fields also since 4 years ago. Before.
Și avem multe de spus aici. Da, este bine că am avut curajul în această seară să vin să vă spun ceva măcar.
And we are interested also in plasmatic fields. we combine both of them, and I am happy that I had the courage to share with you this night.
Măcar ceva.
At least a little.
Ok. Scuzați-mă.
And please excuse me because I interrupt you.
Pentru ce am spus și dacă vă place sau nu vă place, asta este, noi oricum mergem mai departe.
Not a problem. Thank you so much for sharing, and we will be following up on this.
Okay.
Right, and thank you very much, Adrian. And Alex, if you do get some information, we've been struggling to create this plasmatic capacitor and battery and replicate the self-charging flashlight. So if you do get any information from Adrian, maybe you can pass it to group 3.
Yeah,
Research
yes,
group 3.
Definitely. There is a in the what do you call it, in the weekly schedule? Is there not a Romanian meeting?
Do you ask me?
Yes, yes. Is there not a Romanian meeting in the weekly schedule?
Ah, yes. From many years, from 4 years, every Friday and Wednesday, twice a week. But I'm not sure if is in your program. This is in our program, in a Romanian program.
Okay, so who's put up the screen there? Oh, Mark, you put up the screen. Yeah.
I was just looking. No, I didn't see any meetings public in Romanian. I just glanced quickly.
Yeah,
Alexander, the meeting from Romanian is instantly translated from English from you or from other participants. The meeting from Romanian is translated directly.
No, we don't use the Zoom from the foundation. We use Zoom from association Keshe. We have an association Keshe, and Adrian just pay for the association and offer for the association this Zoom, and we use it.
It's not problem. It's not problem. Only when on this meeting is only when. Sunt bineveniți toți.
And everybody come there. We don't have public because we didn't have official host, but maybe in the future I will take this charge with other people and we'll prepare to have a public meeting using the Zoom of the foundation. But for the moment we don't have an official host. This is the only problem.
Yes,
and we use a Zoom from the association, Keshe Association.
Yes, Romanian Keshe Association.
Yes.
Okay, so this has been a cloudy area for me. So let's work something out and make a meeting, and we can discuss it at the meeting then.
Yes, more than 40-50 people gather weekly in Romania, and I start with this group, and I also participate in public group. We had before a public, but the host just retired, and we don't have other host to replace. This is the only problem, and we would like to solve this problem as soon as possible.
Alexander, Jalal is here. Jalal is here.
Jalal, yes, he spoke very highly of your group as very advanced. Jalal, let's see if he's
Okay.
Still here.
Jalal
Yes, he's here.
Jalal particip from Romanian team only Wednesday. Okay. Thank
I am
you.
here.
Sorry.
I am here. Do you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay. The Romanian group, they have this cafe meeting in Friday, 7 o'clock CET. And this is outside Zoom numbers of Keshe Foundation. But everyone is welcome there. Sometimes we have international people coming all over the place. But it's nice to be there. A lot of knowledge we discussed there.
Well, thanks very much, Jalal.
Thank you, Alex. And Adrian, Salome, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jalal. Thank you to all. Okay.
Thank you very much. And thanks to Jalal, I start to understand better plasma, and he introduced me in your in Brazilian team, and I find Alex, because sometimes I wasn't so happy with the knowledge, and I said I need a synthesis, and I find a great synthesis in your classes. And I praise you everywhere, Alex, just to know that I appreciate very much your teachings. And the teaching of Mr. Keshe too. Of course, about soul and everything. I am so happy with all of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll make arrangements. You let me know, and I'll make arrangements to attend the next meeting there. And let's see if we can get this thing organized then.
Thank you very much. We'll wait for you.
Yeah, let me know. It was a pleasure, Salomia. Thank you. Thank you, Adrian.
7:30 is we
Thank you.
start.
Thank
7:30.
you.
Yes, bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Pleasure. Bye-bye.
Alrighty. I know we're probably approaching midnight in Europe. And if there's any other questions, or if anyone would like to come in, please feel free. I was going to ask if anyone knows about the vision enhancement glasses, if it's just for a sole person to use, or can that be shared? I know I told I would ask that question, and probably nobody has the glasses yet. They're still in transit, or maybe still at the factory. So we don't need to know exactly today, and I'm sure we'll hear more. But I was just wondering if that can be shared with anyone else, or it's just for a single or a sole use for one person. All right, is there anything else that anyone would like to cover? John, I thank you for joining us. I think you just came in. Welcome.
Mark, I want to thank everybody for coming to the meeting from all over the world, making this a North American International Corona Team meeting. And I want to thank the opportunity to make a presentation again today. It's a very important event for me, and I hope I've helped people with a better understanding of the plasma science. And again, thank you, Mark, for your fantastic work and keeping this thing going. So I'm just going to sign off and open this up to anybody else who wants to take the floor.
Thank you so much, Alex. I couldn't have done it alone. And I want to thank all the knowledge seekers for being here as they add field strength to a meeting, even if you don't say anything. It's called the nonverbal communication. So you're all adding field strength to the meeting, and I hope you're all absorbing some of the knowledge that's been shared today by Alex and Adrian, Jalal, and so on and so forth. As we know, there's no bad knowledge, so all knowledge is good. Anyone else like to add anything before we close?
I can add something, Mark.
Sure.
To Gail's question about the importance of where we put the GANs. I'm fortunate to have big windowsills in the house I'm in, and every single window has got GANs in it. And some people were to visit me the other day and they said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Why?" She said, "There's some kind of an energy field. I can feel it 1/8 of a mile away from your house." So I pointed and showed them the GANs in the windows. So that was, the rest of the day was an education on how to make it. And I showed them how to make a kit, and they made a kit right in front of me, and away they went, and I'm waiting for a report back on that.
Excellent. That's the way you open up a new dimension for someone. Just with that little help and making something right there. So again, this is such a knowledge that's been out of our reach because we've been so physical. And even if we weren't so physical, it's still much of this technology, we couldn't imagine it ourselves. As he said, with the air enhancement unit and the tools he's given us, instead of taking you 50 years, it'll take you 50 seconds. So we're speeding up the process, we're adding to the knowledge, we're elevating the soul of physicality as well as the soul of the man, and we're learning how to absorb more fields from the universe. We're only 20% short as far as the feeding goes, but we're probably a little short as well in certain other areas that we need to expand into. So it's a beautiful time for the whole planet, as we're getting set up for this bigger celebration, and I think it'll be manifest in the very short coming period. I know by the end of 12 months, Mr. Keshe said we'll have a man on Mars.
Well, the way time is speeding up, it won't be very long. Thank you, everybody, for everything you do, especially Alex and Mark.
Okay, I'd like to play something from the Universal Council. The same clip we played last week. It's a beautiful clip. And then I'll play the final disclaimer, and then we will end the meeting. Would anyone else like to add anything else before we close? We're all working together, and we're all working for the same cause, which is world peace. And of course, getting out into space to interact with the larger family of the universal community. Even though many are here on this planet in the clothes of the man, it's hard for us with our limited knowledge, even though some here can recognize them. There are certain things about them apparently, or traits, or there's something obvious if you know what to look for. But if you don't, then it's just another person. So we're surrounded, and we've always been with the universal community, and the planet has always belonged to the universal community. And it's great to know that the space is a peaceful place, and that's the way we're going to be going out there, in a peaceful manner. But we have a little bit to learn yet before we're going to make that leap. I'm thinking that we'll probably go to Mars, but we may not be able to do much there until we have ourselves elevated to the point that we can sort of be on our own. And I don't know exactly how long or what it will take to do that, but we're in the process of doing that. So all the systems, all the tools that are being provided, and again, it's up to each individual to decide which way they want to go. But the tools are there, and again, it's a great opportunity for everyone to start exploring all the different dimensions in the universe. So far, most of us have just been in maybe the dream state when we dream, and the dimension of physicality mostly, but there's so many other dimensions that we're not aware of, and we will become aware of as we keep learning and understanding and using some of the tools of the Keshe Foundation to achieve this. So I want to thank everyone for being present today. Thank you, Alex, for presenting again. And the family is growing. Any other comments? All right. All right, it appears I've lost that particular clip by doing something else. If anyone can carry on a conversation here, I can go and find it again. But otherwise, we can just play the final disclaimer. I really did want to play that clip from the Universal Council. It would take me a minute or two, and we'll have silence. So if anyone would like to share a story or open their mic and tell us something they're doing with the technology, that would give me the time to pull this back up.
Mark, hi, it's Dean here. So I just thought I have nothing really to, I can just give you a space gap, give you the opportunity to do what you need to do in the background to find the Universal Council's information. I can give from my soul. I'd like to thank you, Mark, for hosting tonight. As usual, you do an incredible job, and always there, always present. And without the host, without this person taking a position to actually begin the meeting, end the meeting, and negotiate all the treasures that come up, all the field strengths that come up throughout the meeting. Without the host, it would be a very difficult position for the other souls to negotiate. So thank you very much for doing that. On another level, I think the information that was given tonight was invaluable. There was some beautiful knowledge that was shared again by Alex and all the teachers. Everyone that's present is a teacher, and each and every one of us. And we all teach in different ways. Some of us teach in a very knowledgeable way, from a position of being around the foundation for some time and having the universal plasmatic knowledge. And then some of us will be just stepping onto the platform, stepping onto the first rung of the ladder, and coming into a position of some knowledge. Mr. Keshe has taught us many times that whatever knowledge you have, whatever it is valuable and will give a field strength to another soul. So even if you know very little of what you think to your understanding, it will be invaluable to another soul, and they will pick up on your field strength and will find it very useful on their path to help them gain the plasma knowledge to elevate their soul. And by doing so, you elevate yourself as well. So this knowledge is in totality.
once you experience some of the plasma, you'll find it will, as Randy just said, with those people that have just experienced the plasma through an interaction of being given some knowledge and then going away. I always remember the first time I ever made GANs. I was listening to, I think it was Rick Crammond's show, and I decided in that moment that I needed to make some GANs. And so I remember putting together this device and in a jar, and putting some coils together. And I always remember being very excited at what was it going to produce? What was this? I didn't really quite understand it in those moments. But I was going through a deep awakening at the time, and it felt, and I sensed it was the correct thing to do, and I did this. I always remember connecting up the wires and having a diode and putting this in the middle, a little green one, and then I came back the next morning eagerly, and there was this beautiful manifested GANs at the bottom of a jar, and I didn't really know what it was for. But I just knew that it felt correct, and it was knowledge that I knew I had to be part of, and wanted and needed to experience, and so it grew from there. So from the very first twist of wire, copper wire, it expanded to a point where I've now gone through a very large process of enlightenment, of elevation, of gaining the knowledge, and taking it to a position where hopefully I can now share this and help many other souls to elevate other souls. So hosting may be one of those things, but with the TV station, you have no choice but to do some hosting. So maybe that will be something I can help the Romanian team with, if possible, and we will all get in touch, and we'll see what will manifest. So Mark, I hope that helped fill in a bit. If you've got time now.
Yes, thank you for saving me, Dean, and filling the space gap very nicely.
You're welcome.
So,
okay.
Thank you. And thank you for all your service to the community. So we'll play this 4-minute clip and then the disclaimer, and then we'll end the meeting unless anyone else wants to say anything else.
We tried, we couldn't pull his leg to the meeting.
And again, there are positions open as your soul leads you. Each nation has one universal council member. And if your soul leads you in that direction, you can make an application at the Keshe Foundation. And each nation can have an unlimited number of universal council supporters as well. So knowledge seekers and others, feel free to join and become part of this most beautiful movement of the Keshe Foundation as a Universal Council member, as a Universal Council supporter. And thank you all for being students and teachers. I'll play the final disclaimer and then we'll close the meeting.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.